History begins with the fact that the imperial family Hadelamid has a former due to such basement as treason. She knew that this day would ever come, and always told her father about the need to change the system. Forbidden alchemy, used to establish an absolute monarchy, homunculus. They were sent to dangerous battles. Knights were treated well, but they did not differ from slaves. It is natural that the homunculi hidden resentment against the august persons who incited anger. Her father, the second, just neglected the danger, trying to turn a blind eye to this. However, Bridget, the third princess, put the heiress, only worsened the situation. After it was called Crown Princess, the operation of the slaves was tightened several times. The homunculi sent to long-term missions were killed in dangerous battles or died of labor, and those who listened to the palace fell into her harem, where their knightly dignity was completely trampled. She could no longer endure it and began to look for precedents in the history of deprivation of the title of heir to the throne. But Bridget, for which she became a linger in the eye, used it to conclude a political marriage. In just a week, all the knights of the monkness of the palace were collected by him to raise an uprising. This man was the king of homunculi, Michael Agneto, who was able to reproduce the will of the emperor. His mind was not blurred by the power of the imperial family, and he had outstanding leadership abilities. By decapitating her father, who blindly believed by virtue of submission, he became the new ruler, gave his first order. All members of the Kalamid family were executed, and only she, Ivan, and her sister Rosinette survived. A month has passed since it was sharpened here in anticipation of her in the afternoon before the unknown. However, she was sure that only Rosinette would remain soon, who achieved the location of Michael. The philosophical stone reacts only to the blood of the august, so they need to leave at least one. Rosinette, in love with Michael and ready for everything for him, turned out to be an ideal option. Ivan would not want to live in such conditions, and you need to regret only about the wrong choice of the heiress. At that very moment, the door opened, and a man entered the room, asking if the seventh princess was sleeping. Michael entered her chambers, the personal knight of her rabbit sister Rosinette, and the instigator of the uprising. It seemed to him that she did not expect to see him at such a late hour, absolutely for no reason. When asked what brought him here, he replied that he had just come to visit her and find out if she was comfortable. Having lowered her head, the girl asked why to visit her at such an hour. Because he should be borrowed. Michael smiled slightly, answering that it was true. He was loaded with important matters for the last month. But he finally had time to visit her. She replied that she did not need his care. For a few seconds, the man was silent, looking at the displeased expression on his face with a fair-haired girl. Approaching her, he said that she was angry during the time of imprisonment, but she has the right to blame him for it. But this does not mean that he has nothing to say. Having dismissed, Ivan asked him to move away. Michael said that she should choose him. The girl froze, after which she looked at him in surprise. He added that she would not have to go through this if she chose him with her personal knight. Members of the imperial family choose one of the horseman knights in their personal submission. The homunculus chosen by the princess or prince was supposed to serve his master with absolute fidelity. Isan rejected such a system, so she did not have a personal knight, because of which her family criticized her. The opposite to her, Rosie fell in love with Michael and ruthlessly got rid of her knight to choose him. And from the very beginning, he planned to use it exclusively to achieve his goals. Without raising her head, Ivan turned to Michael, asking that she simply had to choose him. He answered with consent, because she would not have been waiting for a death sentence now. Then the girl understood. It didn't matter to him who acts as a stupid merit or princess. The main thing is to bring the matter to the end. Putting his hand on his head, the man sighed heavily, after which he replied that she was right, calling her difficult. Suddenly, a servant burst into the room, who stated that something was wrong with the child in the womb of the empress. Hearing this news, Michael turned around, saying that he needed to go, added that they would see him soon. Eve was left alone. Her hands trembled when she decided that he had in mind the next meeting on her execution. She thought that she was already accustomed to constant fear and loneliness, but this was not entirely true. A few minutes later, someone entered her room again, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Even saw a smiling 8th Princess Rosinette, who was her pregnant sister. Remaining to sit still, Ivan uncertainly agreed with Rosie. Add her that she looks good. Noticing her stomach, Eve was surprised that she was really pregnant from Michael, which was almost a miracle. The reason was that the homunculus was devoid of reproductive function and could not have children. Rosie noticed that it was difficult for her to believe in it, after which she decided to clarify that she did not change him. Isun began to dismiss, answering that everything was not so, because she was simply surprised at such a turn of events. Crouching next to her sister, Rosenet Friendly said that she could find out about it right now. She thinks that the fruit of their love was created thanks to the power of a philosophical stone. Yvonne said that if she was looking for Michael, then he had just left her. Apparently they surpassed. Rosie replied that she came to see her, because today is the day of her execution, so she was worried. Eve was dumbfounded by such news, because no one told her that this would take place today. The sister looked at her from the side of a smile on her face, asking her if she knew how their family was executed. Then she clarified that until now, they were executed by personal knights who were only happy. The opportunity to kill the person whom they hate with his own hand was a generous gift of Michael. There is nothing more sweet than revenge. For example, Bridget was burned and suffered for a very long time. She must have represented instant death from the guillotine, and now looks extremely shocked. In fact, a homunculus was already chosen, who would accompany her to the place of execution, even though she did not have a knight. Smiling, Rosenet said that the choice fell on the one who wished to personally deprive her of life. It was the one who most of all wants her death, namely, Michael himself, who came to her today. She wants to say that no one else hates her as much as he was, and there could be a reason for it. Due to the fact that she did not appoint herself a personal knight, he decided that she was a hypocrite. Rosie clarified that he hates her very much, thereby inciting humility and disappointment in her. At that very moment, she took out a bottle from her pocket, asking if she knew how she was executed today. Evans asked Rosie to stop, because she does not want to hear anything about it at this moment. However, my sister opposed you, saying that she should know that she would be decomposed by a brutal way. Thus, where death occurs only after 6 and maybe 10 strokes with a dull axe. At that moment, Yvonne shook the trembling, and tears went from her eyes when she stated that she did not want this. In response to this, Rosenet smiled, asking her sister not to worry, because she came to help her. With a sharp movement, she held out a mysterious bottle that she held in her hands all this time. Rosie explained that this is the poison of belladonna. If you drink it, then you can die quickly and painlessly. It was much better than waiting for your end in torment, especially since the execution has already been assigned to it. Evans looked with horror at the bottle that she took from her sister's hands, and her heart was pounding furiously. The girl relaxed slightly, after which she thanked her sister, but that she had to do this. Rosie again asked her not to worry, because this is her own choice, and she would take care of everything. The Yvonne replied that she did not want her to be punished, but Rosenet only smiled amiably. Having decided that they had nothing more to talk about, Yvonne said goodbye to her sister, and she reciprocated. However, the guest remained sitting in its place, while Ivan asked with interest if she would leave. Clutching the hand in which Eve held the bottle, Rosie asked how she could leave when she had not yet drank. With a caring look, Rosenet explained that someone should remember her last breath in this world. She helped her sister open the bottle, after which she held it out, asking for a drink as soon as possible. For a second it seemed as if Rosie was eager to see the death of his sister, which the smell of poison hit his nose. Nervously taking the bottle from the sister's hands, the Yvonne swallowed all the contents in one gulp, leaving no drop. As soon as she emptied the bottle, she immediately felt weakness throughout her body, dropping an empty vessel. In the last seconds of life, Even heard this, not believing that the sister set up it on purpose. Rosenet said that now she has no obstacles, only she remains, and Michael and the throne, all her. Smiling, she thanked the stupid sister, for who voluntarily died, not asking unnecessary questions. After some time, Michael returned to her chambers, asking displeasedly what happened here. He went to Ivan and touched her cheeks with his hand, which even surrendered through the glove with cold. He swallowed nervously, thinking only that he could only keep her nearby, away from dangers. Then he again loudly asked what happened here, to which Rosie replied that her sister committed suicide. She decided to take responsibility as a member of the imperial family and repent, having suffered punishment. Incredibly turning his head in her direction, The man asked in a rough tone where she knew this. Continuing to smile, Rosenit calmly replied that she saw everything with her own eyes. Such news aroused suspicion among Michael, so he asked if the princess herself gave her poison. The girl noticed a man's frightening gaze, but agreed, adding that she helped her sister to repent and leave. It seemed to her that he could not make a decision, and she, as his partner, helped make the right choice. The unyielding imperial person is a catastrophe for the country, so it alone is enough next to it. But before she had time to finish, when suddenly Michael glanced at her with a menacing look, asking him to close his mouth. Rosie flinched with fright, after which she asked with surprise if he was true to her. However, the man did not answer, slowly raising the Yvonne, taking her in his arms, under the stunned gaze of Rosinit. Suddenly, she fell into a cry, asking why he ignored her, because she is his wife. Keeping a cold tone, Michael asked the princess to leave the road to let him go. Suborders of the men decided to reassure Rosie, who loudly ordered not to gnaw at her. Then she turned to Michael, said that if he did not stop behaving like that, she would make him regret. The man froze. Listening to Rosenit says that he wears his child, thus deciding to manipulate them. Although he used alchemy for conception, he was interested in his health every day, calling precious blood. To Rosie's surprise, Michael only burst out, and a grin appeared on his face when he realized what she wanted to do. Then he answered the princess that, after all, she was a little confusing an experiment with pregnancy. He explained that the philosopher's stone reacts only to imperial blood, and he dominates the homunculi. Therefore, he wanted to take possession of a philosophical stone, lending her uterus and mixing her blood with his own. Roseneat, in hysteria, cried out that this did not cancel the fact that it was their joint child. Michael thought that she was not even aware of whose seed is in it, although he speaks about it so proudly. It was too generous to call him a child, because the fact that her stomach has an alchemical experiment. Therefore, one cannot be sure whether it will be born a monster or a person. When hearing this, Rosie was in shock. The man recalled that this is what she called them, and now he pretends to be that there was nothing. But he ordered the prince, who burst out and screamed, asking how he dares to treat her like that. But most of all, she was worried who was her sister, that he was so terrible about his wife. However, he did not answer, carrying Eve along the corridor, saying that she did not allow him to be near. He headed forward, thinking about what to do next and what to do, after which he called for an advisor. The price was not important, and even if you have to call all the magicians and alchemists of the empire, it must revive the Ivan, seventh princess of the empire, Ivan Cloel Hadelamid, a celebrity among homunculi. She demanded a better attitude towards them and abandoned the tradition of the imperial family in the name of their good. The princess, whom everyone despised, was not such a homunculus who would not look at her with respect. There were many people who wanted to become her personal knight, but she did not allow anyone to take this place. He stopped trying to become a knight of the seventh princess because of her unshakability and the rejection of the rules. However, he could not stop looking at her every time she suffered a terrible relationship and contempt. Due to the abandonment of bad order, it was very difficult for her to contact her family, who did not respond to her choice. He found something in himself, although nothing like that never happened to him, and when he finally understood everything, you could no longer escape from these feelings that devoured him from the inside. Member of the imperial family and homunculus, a connection that was never destined to come true. Suddenly, Michael froze when he heard the maids said that soon, the wedding of the seventh princess. And it seems, she leaves for a distant country. Most likely this political marriage, one might say, was simply sold. With anger, the man tightly squeezed the hilt of the sword, deciding that such a fate was not destined to come true. Therefore, he took possession of the imperial palace. There are no more barriers. It remains only to keep it nearby. He thought so, but fate turned away from him, presenting a very deplorable gift in his life. And now the man was sitting on the couch with a girl on his knees, looking at a huge philosopher's stone. The advisor came up to him, saying that 4 days had passed, as he had not eaten, although he had been able to capture the throne for a long time. Then he added that it is impossible to revive the deceased person, and now it is necessary to deal with the current situation. Without looking in his direction, Michael asked, "Unless the philosopher's stone does not work miracles that they talk about so much about, To use it, the blood of the Haladomid family is necessary. Then he ordered to bring Rosinit and cut off her head. The advisor replied that the eighth princess is the last member of the fallen family, so you need to leave her alive. This is necessary in order to take possession of the power of the Philosopher's Stone. But in response to this, the man asked why he would. Stroking the girl on the cheek, he said that Eves is dead, and he no longer needs a Philosopher's Stone or the Empire. The advisor was dumbfounded by such a statement and wanted to answer something, when suddenly a subordinate approached him. As soon as she informed the news, he announced His Majesty that the sage had arrived from the spruce forest. Michael said that he heard that he knew the way to revive Evie, and he is ready to pay any amount. The sage replied that, with all respect, he would receive only a breathing doll that is not able to live independently. The soul of the seventh princess has already separated from the body and dissipated, to return everything outside of opportunities. Therefore, the true resurrection that he wants is impossible, no matter how much he wanted him. Michael said that his answer is no different from those that he heard earlier, and he spends his time. However, the sage answered negatively that he wants to offer another method that could solve everything. It was only necessary to turn the time back. Hearing this, the man immediately asked if this was really possible. The figure in the mask replied that the price is high, and it will have to use half of the philosophical stone. Looking at the girl again, Michael replied that the price does not matter. He only needs a result. Not wanting to argue, the sage agreed, deciding to start preparations for the rite, so as not to pull time. A few minutes later, he was prepared a table on which the Ivan lay. The sage took out the book of spells. He also decided to clarify that before the beginning, His Majesty should know another important thing. Since the stone is associated with imperial blood, the central axis of the regression of time will not be him, but Her Highness. The man was surprised, looking again at the Ivan, saying that this means that only she would remember everything. Although he will not be able to meet her anymore, she still has a chance to meet him and change the course of history. Staking her cheek, he asked himself whether she would not choose him again and whether he would be in despair because of this. He also wondered if a bad decision would make again, but the sage replied that he did not know this. After a few seconds, the man pulled away, saying that it did not matter, after which he asked for a ritual. At that very moment, words in an unknown language that were clearly an activating spell fell from the language of the sage. When Michael saw a flash of bright light, but he decided to finally hug his beloved. Touching her nose, he said that when she is alive again, she should either kill or choose him. The events of the past flashed in the head of Ivan instantly, including Rosie, which allegedly came to help her. But after a few seconds, she asked with a crazy smile if her sister finally died. I only realized that it was from the very beginning her goal, because she was the last member of the imperial family. She remembered the words of a man who said that she should have chosen him with her personal knight. Eve realized that he was going to replace Rosie with her, but she, being a owner, would not have given it to this. All this was a trap, but she did not want to die in this way, and tried to understand when everything went wrong. When the father weakened his position and lost control, or when Bridget became a crown prince. While she was flying into the abyss of unknown, Eves asked herself if she had become her. Something would change. If you recall, she simply turned a blind eye to those who needed her help, and now she dreamed of a second chance. Suddenly, her eyes opened frantically, and the girl noticed that she woke up in tears. She jumped, panting, hearing only as the birds sang outside the window, and sunlight lit up the room. The girl was surprised that it turned out to be alive, after which she began to examine the room, asking where she was. She remembered that she was locked up, after which Rosie came and gave her a poison that cut off her life. He did not understand why she was in his bedroom, because she was a long time ago, but it was definitely not a dream and an illusion. Nothing has changed since she used this room. Trying to understand what was happening, Yvonne went to the mirror and stood on socks, staring at herself dumbfounded. Grabbing her face, Eves asked loudly why she was so young and looks 20 years old. Again, examining the room, the girl decided that she somehow managed to return to the past. However, this could not be. She decided that she suffered so much in imprisonment that she finally went crazy. Her mind could not perceive reality, because of which Ivan was very difficult to think soberly and reason. The regression of time is a high-level magic alchemy. You need to be a sage to do it. She must meet with the teacher and find out everything. And now Eve wanted to see him here. Eve decided first to calm down and think about what happened and how she was alive, and even in the past. Judging by the room and her face, she was about 20, so she was carried into the past several years ago. And if so, the third Princess Bridget has not yet become a crown prince and did not receive proper power. The leader of the uprising, Sir Agnito, and Rosie, who gave her poison, did not yet meet each other and did not fall in love. In other words, she is at the very beginning, and this time, perhaps, she will be able to correct the fate of the empire. Suddenly, she raised her head, firmly deciding that she could definitely do this, because she was given a second chance. Now, her desire was to become a crowns for everyone, and in order to prevent the war from again. At that very moment, a personal maid Stella went to her room, saying that she woke up early today. The Ivan, who was sitting on the couch, looked at the girl with surprise that today she looked very young. The maid was surprised by such a compliment, replied that this is the effect of the mask that she used yesterday. Eves noticed that Stella was also younger. She definitely returned to the past, so you need to find out what time. The girl decided to ask if there are any important events in the coming days to focus on them. The maid replied that next week, the 20th birthday of the 8th Princess Rosenet will be held. Hearing this news, Ivan shuddered, unconsciously felt the hug of the younger sister. If she performs 20, then Eves is now 21. She went into the past for as many as 8 years. The girl decided not to give a look, answering that it would be a magnificent holiday, trying not to be nervous. Stella smiled, explaining that the 20th anniversary for the imperial family is a special date. On this day, they choose personal monk knights at a special election ceremony. This ceremony is a flower of imperial events and the dream of many, a special connection that appears after the oath. They say that the homunculi lined up to become a personal knight of the 8th princess, a white rose. Dipping tea even whispered that she was not a white rose, but the belladonna of the empire, that she suits her much more. Suddenly, the girl noticed that Stella froze, so she decided to directly ask her about it. The maid replied that it was already funnier, that it has already been decided who would get the place of her personal knight. After all, literally today, a special article was published in a newspaper, which talked a lot about this. The maid asked if she remembers an unusual homunculus with silver hair at the ceremony. Knight Sylvestian Millard, he really suits Rosenet, which is a white rose of the empire. He, of course, is good handling with sword and magic, but differs from the rest with his hair. However, this was mostly the same, because homunculi were just jewelry for the august. And having met Michael 3 years later, she ruthlessly gets rid of Sylvestian, forgetting about him at that very moment. It would be better if Rosenet simply chose it, but the truth was completely different, more sinister. Michael became close to the 8th princess only for the sake of the uprising, while having no feelings for her, but he used Rosenitis to capture the throne and led the empire to the collapse, as he initially planned. Therefore, she must stop him in this life in order to prevent the terrible catastrophe of her family. There is nothing left but to keep Rosie and Michael as far away from each other as possible and prevent them from getting closer. Yvonne thought about this, forgetting about the presence of Stella, who led her out of his voice with her voice. She stated that a lot of homunculans want to offer her their loyalty, so it is worth thinking about it. The girl ironically asked that they want to swear allegiance to the princess, who has nothing. The maid immediately caught fire and replied that she was telling the truth, because she had a good reputation among homunculi. Enjoying tea, Yvonne asked her to stop, because it would be better she will take care of herself and will succeed in the future. After all, then she will find Stella a great husband, with high income and position in society. She thought that Eves was joking. Suddenly, the maid stopped smiling, whispering, "Which would be good? Choose, and she is a personal knight." Knowing that Ivan heard her, the maids apologized, because she knows that the lady does not like to talk about it. Closing her eyes, Yvonne replied that everything was in order, because she perfectly understood Stella's experiences. She knew that the maid was simply worried about her, but in her words, the share of truth was felt. The girl apologized to her, but that she causes her problems because of her stubbornness, but it would change soon. Looking at her maid, Yvonne realized that she went through a lot due to her low position. Since her mother was an alchemist, Yvonne was considered a half-blood. Besides, she passed away when Eve was small. She had authority in the field of the alchemy of the golems and appreciated literally everything that had consciousness and the ego. Eve, like her, was sure that homunculi did not differ from people and have their feelings and experiences. Therefore, she always asked for a better attitude towards them. But in the end, it became a linger in the eye for the imperial family. At some point, it began to ignore it and reduced the costs of accommodation and other little things. But she only now wondered how hard it was Stella to help her survive in such conditions. It must be, after her in a past life, Stella was simply kicked out of the castle, allowing him to live. With these thoughts, she grabbed the maid by the hand, confidently promising her to arrange a luxurious life. Stella blushed and smiled, thanking the mistress. But she also had something to say for this statement. Surviving on the knee, the maid said that she should remember that if the lady has a good life, then she also has it. Such a revelation forced the Evan to blush, after which she suggested starting to live well together. Smiling, the princess thought that she would calmly live this life, because now her reality is here. She is obliged to do everything in her power, because now an event is taking place 8 years ago. This means that Michael is still in a floating prison, and you need to immediately solve this problem. But to do this, first she needs to meet with her father, who solves all such issues. The ruler of the Hadamid Empire is allowed polygamy, so the emperor can have several wives with him. Because of this, her father has 18 children, potential heirs who seek to take possession of his recognition. And every morning, 4 to 5 princesses and princes are randomly selected to greet him. She would like to ask her father about something, but even being a princess, she has to expect an audience with him. Therefore, there will be no chance than this one. Not today, she also goes to the morning greeting. I've asked who else would be there, to which Stella replied that 4 and 5 princes, whom she did not want to see. But also the 3rd and 8th princesses will be present there. This news made Evan startle. After all, these princesses are Bridget and Rosenet, which is currently its main enemies. With them in the morning greeting, she was only that day, and she no longer introduced her other case. It was the day when she fell into Bridget's trap, because of which her father was extremely dissatisfied with the Evan. After that day, on her fatherly, to her father, who no longer wanted to see her, finally fell into disgrace. Of course, since she returned to the past, on that day, her return should be a turning point. She thought how best to do to her, and Stella immediately began to ask what she thought so seriously. To distract the lady from gray thoughts, the maid suggested that she get as best as possible. Suddenly, the event dawned, and she agreed with the maid, sitting in front of the mirror. Deciding to start with her appearance, leaning her long hair, the princess decided that from this moment there would no longer be an ugly duckling. Even decided to put on a beautiful red dress, which is why Stella said that she should also try on her hairstyle. If it is too elegant or charming, it will definitely be compared. So it is important to find a balance. Yvonne confirmed that she was not going to compete with them face to face. Stella replied that it was a wise thought. One wanted to strengthen their political situation, and the other wanted to help and Evie strengthen their positions. Stella noticed that, if you think about it, today she is very actively in choosing an appearance for the audience. Smiling, the princess agreed. From that moment, she would try her best, because she has no choice. The maid was full of enthusiasm and joy, so she said that she would do everything in her power. Suddenly, Ivan thought, as she knows the future, maybe she will be able to use this in her favor. Then she turned to Stella, saying that the sister Bridget raises her hair gathered in a braid. At the same time, Rosenet will have 2 low tails, but these were only her assumptions. The maid decided to trust her intuition, and she already had ideas what hairstyle to make her. The princess agreed with her, after which she took out a small box, asking to decorate the rest as she would say. After an hour of preparations, Yvonne, accompanied by Stella, walked to the imperial palace. The maid moved her several times, saying that they would be late if they did not rush, so they did not slow down. Turning around, Yvonne agreed with her, adding that she was simply carried away by the preparation of tea for her father. If it were not for these obsessors, they would instantly get through its deformation, although magic is prohibited in the palace. They walked forward, not noticing how the female figure looked after them, with eyes full of surprise. Thinking about her, Ivan froze when she heard the appeal in her direction, and she knew to whom this voice belongs. Turning around, she saw Rosie, who smiled amiably, wondering how her sister was doing. Looking at the girl, Eve thought that she bathed in love and received everything that she could wish for. She wore a child Michael, and even the throne was in her hands. But this did not seem enough to her. But only in order to remain the only member with the blood of the August. She killed her in such a vile way. Now she saw in front of her not a sister, but the enemy who killed her, for the sake of his selfish interests. Rosenit tilted her head, asking her sister with curiosity what was happening to her, because she looks rather strange. Eve realized that now there was no time to succumb to emotions, so she replied that she was stupefied from her beauty. From this compliment, Rosie was delighted, because of which she smiled sweetly, thanking her sister. Taking a closer look, she replied that Ivan also put a lot of effort in preparing the morning outfit. They laughed at this comment, while Four thought that she never made empty compliments. Suddenly, she noticed behind her sister's sister a gray-haired knight Monkwood, who was silent all this time. Even said friendly that she had never met her companion earlier, hinting at acquaintance. Rosie said that this is Sylvestian Millard, a knight from the Imperial Guard, who accompanies her. Ivan was surprised at the accompaniment in the palace. She uses it even before appointing to personal knights. The knight of the Imperial Guard laid his hand on his heart and bowed, greeting the seventh princess. He was a man abandoned by Rosenit, like a worn thing, but this time it would not allow this. The girl said that he had heard a lot about him, because he was a knight, that he was talented in fencing and in magic. She believes that he will become one of the best knights, and will adequately defend the one to whom he will take. Therefore, she sincerely wants him to meet a good owner who will ascend him to the top. Hearing such a speech, the man was surprised, wide opening his eyes, after which he apologized for his rudeness. He smiled, saying that he was so touched by her words that he forgot to answer, because quite rarely hears this. Even was surprised, aloud, deciding that Sylvestian had to quite often hear praise in his address. The man replied that in the empty one, when they see him for the first time, are usually interested in his unusual hair color. When he said this, Rosenit shuddered slightly, realizing that we were talking about her. For several seconds, they stood silently and looked at each other. Sylvestian was calm, and Rosie frowned. To dispel an awkward pause, Ivan said that they were late, so she suggested Rosie to go soon. When they arrived at the main palace, the servant immediately announced that the seventh and eighth princesses had arrived. Entering a spacious hall in which there was a huge table in the center, 3 people were already waiting for them. The dumbfounded Stella thought that everyone looked exactly as the princess said. Both girls made curtsy, politely greeting his sister and brothers, and asking about their health. Bridget answered this question, asking them to take their places as soon as possible, not to waste time. Both princesses immediately sat next to each other, while their movement was full of smoothness. Joyful brothers immediately turned to Rosie, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, because of which they were very bored. Such flattering comments caused a smile on the face of Rosenit, who replied that the brothers were too generous to her. They continued to say that every grass and a sheet in the palace exists in order to highlight a flower like it. Rubens put his hand on his brother's shoulder, saying that all the greens in this room also blooms for the good of a sister. In the imperial family, where all golden-haired lime blonde of Ivan is a symbol of low origin, the brothers discussed her to say that it is fine when everything is obvious that she was only half imperial blood. She can never hide her origin, and this terribly upset her throughout her life. But she decided that it was okay, because they just enjoy this, and now she is ready for this. Contrary to their comments, Yvonne suddenly smiled, making it clear that this did not upset her at all. Now is not the time to react to such obscene ridicule, but she made the brothers be surprised. They immediately leaned toward each other, whispering confusedly that Eve's is some kind of something today. Looking at the dumbfounded brothers, Ivan thought that it was natural, because in this life everything would be different. Now only 2 persons are important to her, Bridget and Rosenit, whom she baptized with her rivals. However, for the first victory, she must capture the attention of another person who is about to come. At that very moment, the door opened, and the servant loudly announced that His Majesty had arrived. Seeing her father, the princess immediately strained, because now she needed to make every effort and luck. When the head of the family took his place, he asked if everything was fine with his children. Everyone answered in the affirmative. Emperor Desmond Dominic Callisto smiled slightly, announcing that they could begin. Then, he turned his head towards the servants, asking them to bring tea. The same bent, accepting the order. They were stopped by the voice of Ivan, who stated that she had prepared tea, after which she asked for permission to treat him. Stunned by such news of the father, you already asked if she prepared him specifically for him. The girl replied that this was her hobby. She is confident in taste and aroma, so she asks for permission to treat him. With his hands in the castle, the man replied that he had no reason to refuse, especially when his daughter offers it. Stella Teapot in her hands immediately approached the emperor, after which it began to fill the cup of Desmond. Taking the cup in his hands, the man breathed steam, after which he stated that the aroma of this tea is really magnificent. Ivan announced that it was a rooibos with lemon juice, and he perfectly relieves headache. The emperor drank a little, after which he asked if this was true, still surprised at his daughter's act. Eves answered in the affirmative, because recently she noticed that her father was wrinkling her forehead and decided that he had a headache. Desmond smiled, saying that she was very attentive to him because he really suffers from a headache. Ivan replied that she was very reverent to cook tea and learned to brew him since last week. The father said that this beautiful tea liked him, and he already feels how the pain was gone. One of the brothers said that he thought that Eve was only interested in alchemy, but now she revealed another talent to them. The princess thanked her brother, explaining that tea art is something very similar to alchemy. First, you should carefully choose all the ingredients, weigh them, and then mix everything in the correct proportions. The reason she managed to prepare such a wonderful tea is in the talent of her father that she was given to her. The man laughed, said that Eve is really talented alchemist. At that time, Eve looked at her sister. Bridget looked in disbelief in her direction, while Desmond said that she was like a young copy of him. Yvonne replied that he was exaggerating. Besides, before her third sister, much superior to her, the brothers immediately began to whisper, saying that a child with icy indifference suddenly decided to get the attention of the father. At this time, Rosenit decided that the sister was trying to copy her, but did not understand what this was caused. Suddenly, Desmond laughed, and saying that all this sounds like she was afraid of her older sister. At that very moment, Bridget smiled, said that she was very glad that she has such a smart sister like her. Suddenly, the voice gave Rubens, "Remind you that Rosie's birthday's coming soon, and she will have a personal night. This event is worthy of celebration throughout the empire." Rosenit replied that everyone passes such a ceremony. Blaglessly, Rosie added that she was a little worried about her because she was ashamed to admit something. She has no talent for magic or alchemy, so she is not sure that she can worthy of capturing the knight. The emperor asked not to worry about it, because each member of their family is able to capture at least one homunculus. The girl replied that the more unusual the homunculus, the more skills would be required for this, so she was worried. Suddenly, Rosie looked at her sister, saying that if she was like a sister of Eve's, such things would not have bothered her. After that, silence hung in the hall, while Ivan, drinking tea, mentally thanked Rosenit. Desmond confirmed that she is very capable, but she has no desire to acquire a personal knight, contrary to traditions. He did not want to hear her excuse, because she would still refuse again, as stubborn as her mother. Putting a cup on a saucer, Ivan said that this was not the same as puzzling her father, who decided to ask about it. Ave mentally told Rosie that she would take the opportunity to correct her life. Then she said that she used to think too narrowly. Because of her beliefs, she even made her father worry. Suddenly, she rose sharply from her place, while the emperor looked as surprised as possible. Putting her hand on her chest, the princess said that she thought much last night, deciding that she needed a personal knight. In her direction, the dumbfounded glances of Bridget and Rosenit immediately rushed, which did not expect such a turn. However, her brothers who pushed their mouths looked even more surprised, not believing their ears. The loud voice of his father immediately swayed around the hall when he asked if she was serious, hoping that he had not rustled. Hearing the consent, Desmond laughed that she had finally formed, after which he invited her to sit next to her. Looking at the Ivan, who headed towards the emperor, Rosie thought that things were taking a strange turn. When asked when she wants to hold a ceremony, Eve replied that she would like everything to go without formalities. Desmond suggested that if she wants to deal with this sooner, then she already has a homunculus in the ore. The princess agreed with his assumptions, explaining that this someone is a monster of a floating prison, Michael Agnito. As soon as this name sounded, a grave silence came in the hall again. No one dared to speak first. After a few seconds, Rubens jumped from his seat, asked loudly what she only thinks about. He refused to take an oath of allegiance and was enclosed in prison, a monster, which even his father did not force to obey. With an awkwardness, Ivan asked his brother if he wanted to name His Majesty's actions. Desmond frowned while his son was trying to justify himself, saying that the problem was in Gomunkel himself. Realizing that he miscalculated, the guy immediately took a guilty look. I apologized to his father. The emperor decided to explain the Ivan that this bastard was a dangerous type that has not yet passed the election ceremony. This ceremony, on which homunculins are washed, imposing absolutely fidelity to the imperial family. If Michael were an ordinary homunculus, he would be eliminated at the moment when something went wrong. But, thanks to his exceptional abilities, his punishment was limited to imprisonment in a floating prison. Her desire to capture such as him will be regarded as a challenge to the power of the imperial family. Ivan asked, unless the homunculi should not go through the election ceremony before going out. The impossibility of adequately accept the blessing of the emperor causes only pity in such a situation. The man agreed, while the daughter continued to say that she was strange to the very idea of abandoning the ceremony. The princess tried to find a place in which she could hit in order to get the consent of the emperor. After all, how a miserable homunculus cannot accept the power of His Majesty? Perhaps the reason lies in the streams of mana. Until now, he was left only as an exception, while the rest were simply destroyed. Therefore, she would like to settle this question and force him to serve as her personal knight. All this could be decided only with the help of the abilities inherited from him, her own father. The princess raised her head, in a solid voice, asking for permission to let her solve this problem. The emperor was in thought for a few seconds, after which he gave a satisfactory answer, which delighted Eve. However, the man frowned, putting his head in his arms and saying that he has one, but an important condition. After the audience, Ivan took Stella with her, and they went on a short journey through snow and cold. After a couple of hours, they reached the training complex of homunculi, which was in the polar region. About 100 new homuncles are sent here annually to grow them. Over the next 15 years, they are carefully trained and taught for the service of the imperial family. However, not all homunculi are able to pass exams and receive the first rank, which is their salvation. Only a few can get the rights to serve in the palace as a guard or personal knight. However, even they are only consumables for the imperial family, not to mention the homunculus of lower ranks. Approaching the complex, Ivan thought that it was strange that the uprising of homunculi has not yet happened. Suddenly, she raised her head, hearing an unfamiliar voice, who said that Her Highness expected. Having bowed, the man in a monocle stated that the 7th princess honored them with a great honor with his visit. Smiling, he introduced himself as Baron Pete, who was the manager of this training complex. The Ivan replied that it must have been not easy for him in such a stressful place, but he said that everything was in order. Then he asked to allow them to escort them to a floating prison, since without him they would be easily lost. They entered a huge cave, which was lit by magic lamps attached to the walls. They walked for a long time, when suddenly Pete decided to ask a little interest in the knowledge of the princess and homunculi. He asked if she knew that most homunculus who are published, mostly dark hair. This is due to the limiter used so that magic does not pass through the stream of mana, so their hair brightens. The Ivan replied that she knew this, because it was precisely because of this that Sylvestian Millard is so popular among the nobility. Grinning, Pete said that this was true, although he himself found out about this after he was appointed here. A smile lit up him when he stated that it was an amazing sight, mysterious, like insect metamorphosis. Hearing a similar comparison, the princess was slightly disappointed in this person, for he brought an unsuccessful comparison. Pete said that the EV1 requested was still not removed by the limiter, so she would see the light of his hair. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the destination, and the girl stood in front of the entrance to another room. He and Stella raised their heads, not crossing the door threshold, glancing at a huge cage hanging above the cliff. With a barely noticeable sound, The platform began to approach the cage, smoothly transporting passengers. When she saw a constrained guy, Pete asked, "Unique pink hair." However, the princess did not hear his words, because she did not expect Michael to be here in this state. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes, staring incredulously at the guest who also looked at him. Suddenly, Pete shouted that he was an impudent bastard, after which he ordered to show respect to Her Highness. As soon as the guy heard that in front of him was the princess and a member of the imperial family, he immediately rushed forward. Dissatisfied with such a spectacle, Pete ordered him to bring him a whip, but suddenly he was interrupted by the voice of Yvonne. Having said that this was enough, the girl took some confident steps towards the cage, holding the dress. Pete and Stella immediately stated that it was dangerous there, but she replied that she wanted to talk to him personally. They wanted to say something else, but the princess turned sharply and stated in a formidable tone that this was an order. Entering the cage, I've thought that now everything is different. He was the one who was locked in a cage, and it was she who came to him. Now his position is so painful, but it is very similar when he saw her in imprisonment. She did not know if he then felt satisfaction after all the hatred that he was hiding for so much time. Despite this, it seems, Michael from a past life was more kind to her. It was evident in one detail. He never looked at her with such squeamishness and contempt as he does it now. She remembered his words from a past life, when he stated that she should choose him, so now she was here. Yvonne was glad that she had finally came for him, and now they were literally a step away from each other. "Go out in front of her!" She said that first you need to free him so that they could talk. When his shackles and gags disappeared, the guy, rubbing his hands, asked what the princess was doing here. She replied that she had to make him her personal knight, after which she introduced herself to the seventh princess. The guy was surprised, because I heard that the seventh princess flatly abandoned the personal knight. Eve confirmed his words, but now she is in dire need of strengthening her position of the heir. Michael grinned, asking, so she came to cook to him, probably heard stories about him, and if she needs a slave, so it is better to find another homunculus. The girl replied that she was not looking for a slave. In a calm tone, the princess said that she needed him, and no other homunculus would fit this role. Michael asked her to stop, because when she did not call the collar, this will still be slavery. Still, she is no different from the rest of the members of the imperial family, but he did not hope for another. Clutching his hands, the guy wondered why he was so disappointed, because she is already that they are all like that. Eve said that he could understand why he does not trust her, a member of the August dynasty, but she is not like them. She does not need a knight in order to treat him like garbage, and she also does not need no one except him. Having called his name, the princess added that only he could be her knight, but in response she saw an incredulous look. Michael uncertainly asked why he, but the girl could not say this now, because there was no time. Yvonne promised that when he became her, she would learn about everything personally from her as soon as she wanted. She was also able to promise him that she would respect her knight as much as possible. She will also never use the capture power to make him do something humiliating. The guy answered with distrust that this is an empty 3. The capture was an absolute magical contract. Eve said that he was right, and she was sorry, but she could only ask for his trust, and then, only in words. Going closer to him and extending his hand, the princess again asked him to become her personal knight. Michael looked at the girl with surprise, from which neglect or anger did not proceed, he thought for a second. Then the guy abruptly turned his head, ordering himself not even to think about it, because this woman of imperial blood. At that moment, Desmond was over his rage, and his hand trembled, barely restraining himself so as not to hit the guy. Unable to stand it, the man hit him from his feet, ordering the monster to obey him and to do what he tells. However, there was no answer, so the emperor ordered him to imprison him in a floating prison. When the guy first ended up in a cage, he decided that he would never be a slave to the imperial system. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the pleasant voice of Yvonne, who invited him to leave here, hand in hand. He replied that he hates the ruling family, and so that they would not say, for him they are all the same. But if you become a personal knight, is the only way to leave this place, then he is ready to go even to capture. Without thinking twice, the Evine sat down next to him, gently take his hand, causing surprise on the guy's face. A second later, The guy said that she knew that he did not seek to abandon the oath of fidelity to the emperor. And if she is not sure, it is better to stop now. Something may go wrong, and her life will be in danger. The girl was surprised at such speeches, after which she was surprised to ask that he was worried about her. After all, she would never have thought that it was possible. An embarrassed guy immediately turned away from her. Having discarded doubts, Even decided to start the ceremony, after which she activated the imperial seal. Seeing that the princess is not easy, Michael asked if she was in order. Having received an affirmative answer, suddenly, he felt the cage tremble, after which everything began to rumble around them, laying his ears. The guy loudly ordered her to stop, otherwise she would faint. But Ivan asked her better to support her. Michael asked with surprise that she offers just to stand and look at something so reckless. Without losing concentration, the princess replied that everything was in order, and she could easily withstand it. She remembered the conditions of her father, who stated that if she did not succeed, she would have to kill this monster. Right now, Eve decided that I should cope it at all costs. After these words, the jewelry in her hair burst. The guy immediately recognized the philosopher's stone, more precisely, this is an alchemical crystal of strengthening. Looking at the stones on her head, he immediately realized that these were prohibited high-ranking artifacts. It was them that was pulled out of a small box, asking Stell to dress her exactly how she would say. The maid was surprised that she wants to use jewelry of the late 6th Empress, and at this moment she mentally asked her mother to help her finish the ritual of capture. Michael, who was shocked at the girl's attempts, asked aloud whether he was worth all this. He did not expect to hear an answer, but Ivan loudly stated that he must have taken possession of it. Suddenly, a flash appeared between them, after which a gold thread stretched from their chest to each other. As soon as she was delighted that everything turned out, the cell shuddered again, and Eve lost her balance. The cage staggered, so that the princess began to fall with her back right into the open door, stretching out her hand in front of her. Ivan decided that this was the end, when she suddenly opened her eyes, felt that someone was holding her by the waist. The girl was surprised to notice that Michael's limiters disappeared, and his hair acquired a dark shade. Returning her back to the cage, the guy said that everything is in order now, and nothing more threatens her. From embarrassment, the princess bounced to the side, immediately blushing, because for the first time, something similar happens to her. Michael calmly noticed that everything worked out. Yvonne turned her head in his direction, carefully examining. The guy said that this is very strange, and as soon as something threatens her, his body begins to move on its own. Then he said that he had to end the knights behave like slaves, although it is worse than slavery. The only idea that the owner will fall into the hair from the head of the owner forces him to shudder. Eve was surprised at such speeches. She wondered if he had in mind when she told the owner, but he replied that it was obvious. Placing her knees, Ivan thought that Michael really made a personal knight. Seeing this, the guy asked what happened, to which he received an answer, that the ceremony demanded more strength than it seemed. With a dissatisfied look, Michael recalled that people are weaker than homunculi, should be well remembered. Handing around his hand, she asked to take care of her. He helped her get up, replied that it was mutually. The next day, when they returned home, Yvonne could not believe that she received gold as an incentive. In addition, her father gave her more servants, and he himself was beside himself with joy when he found out that everything worked out. It's good that they took care of people in advance who successfully had a capture would not have been to their liking. Walking around the territory of the palace, the princess was surprised to notice how Sir Millard walked towards her. He bowed, greeting the 7th princess, after which he said that he was glad to see her in good health. The girl reciprocated, wondering if he returns after the escort of the sister of Rosie. He confirmed her guesses, trying to politely and tactfully find out where Her Highness was all this time. Ivan replied that she was returning after the election ceremony, which did not weakly surprise the interlocutor. The man asked her not to count for impudence, but he was curious who was honored to become her personal knight. Smiling, the girl thought for a second, after which she asked if he heard about Michael Agnito. He began to strain the memory, after which he was surprised that she was talking about the monster of a floating prison. Suddenly, he began to speak barely about the search for the worthy, and something about her surroundings, when he suddenly interrupted himself. Bending her head slightly to one side, the princess called him, wanting to ask about what he was talking about. Having shuddered, the man bowed, asking him to allow him to congratulate her on the choice of a personal knight. After Ivan accepted congratulations, Millard asked permission to leave because he needs to go. Looking at the nervous gait of the knight, Eve looked in surprise after him, deciding that something had happened to him. After 10 minutes, she entered her chambers, saying that she had returned. Noticing Stell, who was fiddling with something, standing behind the screen, the joyful maid greeted Ivan, asking for a pass, because she was just in time. Entering the room, the princess noticed how Stella pushed the screen, introducing the princess of her personal knight. Now, Michael looked completely different. He was washed down and put in order, and tidied him in shape. The reddened Ivan could understand why even such a legible Rosie could not resist him. At that very moment, the guy approached her, asking why she was looking like that and whether he looked strange. Even bounced back, because it was unexpected. After which she replied nervously that this form was very suitable for him. He said that it was sad, that he had no sword. Eve replied that later she would definitely choose him good. The guy said that since she captured the knight, it could calmly demand the issuance of the sword as a fee. After all, it is usually issued immediately with the uniform, but apparently this rule was ignored. Members of the imperial family consider the knights of homunculi no more than decoration and protection. Therefore, everyone tries to choose a weapon for them, which would allocate their personal knight against the rest of the rest. The princess completely forgot about it, decided that that's why she was not given a good sword with which you can start. The guy in a calm voice said that he was not asking her to take care of this. He simply states the facts. The girl was surprised to notice that he was well aware. There was an impression that he had already lived in the palace. Michael replied that in the training complex they were taught everything to exhaustion, even court etiquette. These were the knowledge necessary for life in the palace and all aspects of the service of the imperial family. Ivan shuddered when he realized that under all aspects, he had in mind that very night service. Slowly passing by the guy, the princess felt a very awkward tension in the air. To dispel the silence, she invited him to discuss everything over a cup of tea, after which she offered to sit down. Nevertheless, she is glad that he does not refuse dialogue, so they should become closer as soon as possible. The imprint is only a temporary measure, because soon Michael will proclaim himself the king of homunculi. She is sure that it will not be difficult for him to overcome the power of the contract, and he can conceive an uprising. Then she will not be able to prevent him. So from that moment, she needs to establish a connection between them. Stella immediately began to ask if she would prepare everything herself. The Ivan answered in the affirmative. I've remembered. Then in a past life, they somehow divided a cup of tea, although she only showed politeness. She did not expect that he would agree, but soon he left, referring to the need to serve near Rosie. However, these memories circled in her head non-stop, but she did not want this to happen again. She did not know his preferences, so she asked if he had tea to his taste. He replied that he liked it. Dipping tea, Michael added that he especially likes his color, because he is very similar to the color of her eyes. The girl was very surprised at such words, which is why she looked at the knight with surprise for a few seconds. The guy asked what was wrong, but the princess only embarrassedly turned her head away, answering that everything was in order. Having lowered his head, the guy said that he should quickly head to Her Highness of the 8th Princess. Evans unconsciously closed her eyes when these memories instantly swept through her head. She decided that it was a little late to ask such a question, but she asked Michael, as he was a publication. He looked in surprise at the girl who fluttered from the wind that penetrated the room. Instead of a direct answer, the knight said that there are so many things around her hair color. With sadness with her head, the girl replied that her hair was not green, lime blonde. This is still a blonde. Michael agreed, and after several seconds, he added that it was he who was so uniquely beautiful. For several seconds, the princess silently looked at her personal knight, trying to understand why he said this. With a surprised look, Ivan suggested that he was talking about the imperial garden, and suggested that she would take a walk there later. Michael replied that you would wait impatiently, but he had in mind not so much a garden as her hair. Such words literally shocked the girl, and she did not know what to answer, while Michael was also silent. He asked that he was not so much more surprised by the princess, who replied that it was to be her question. Then she asked, Unless he hates the imperial family, he instantly replied that he hates. Pointing at herself, she clarified that, also from the imperial family. At the same moment, the guy stopped. Ivan clarified that he hates them. If he thinks, then if not to think, then everything is in order. Michael agreed if he did not focus on, he does not hatch her. She decided that this was the effect of capturing. It was just a thought. But if you think about it, there are simply no other options in my head. The knight said that everything converges. It is even logical, because if you constantly hate the owner, you get tired. But now he somehow feels badly, is afraid that without noticing, will become a devoted Shavka of the emperor. Smiling broadly, Ivan replied that this would not happen, so do not worry so much. Michael said that he was afraid to become a loyal emperor in the presence of the princess. Is it a strange situation? However, it is doubly strange for him to hear from her that this would not happen. The girl realized that she was talking. The guy is also surprised that she allows him to turn not formally, and although he thought that everything would be the other way around, Ivan replied that he could, as an exception, as her personal knight, but only when they are together. He can be addressed as soon as he likes, and in the presence of Stella too, the guy immediately clarified everything. A couple of minutes later, the princess said that tea was ready, after which she invited the knight to try him. Without commenting on the taste of tea, Michael reminded the girl that she promised to tell him something. Eve immediately remembered that she agreed to tell why she wanted to get him in personal nights. The guy agreed, adding that since he has now become her man, now he could find out the truth. He smiled. Ivan gave an affirmative answer, after which she calmly stated that she was going to become crown princess. Michael was surprised at this news, but Ive continued, saying that the main task is instead of the empress. She then added that the true goal is the liberation of homunculi from many years of slavery. Michael hardly believed that he had just heard, so he decided to ask if she was talking about this. Ivan asked in response, "Does this her gaze falls?" To which she received an answer that she looks quite convincing. Then he realized that she needed a personal knight in order to take a position in a secular society. IV confirmed, because for the crowns of the princess, this is actually important, as much as politics. Therefore, she clearly realized that the white Pharaoh, similar to her, never become the heir. Michael tried to digest the information that he had just heard, while Ivan continued to speak. As she said, this week the ceremony of the Oath of Fidelity and the second important event will be on the next. The reception will be held in honor of Rosie's birthday. This is the first official event at which she will appear with him. Therefore, this will be an important day for his return, and they need to prepare well. The princess asked her to tell her if he has plans that she better know about in advance. Leaning, the guy replied that the personal knight should always be next to the owner. That's all plans. Usually, he accompanies the owner, wherever he goes, from the moment of awakening until the night. If there are no special orders, then he sleeps and eats in the barracks of imperial knights, which is in the north. The monk knights live in groups under strict and thorough supervision in the barracks of the imperial guard. In this regard, there are no special privileges in this regard, but they may not appear on roll call. But this is only on condition that they currently provide services of a member of the imperial family. On the day of the election of the knight, a review passes, a custom when a homunculus must demonstrate his knight skills to the owner. At that very moment, Michael furtively looked at the princess, after which he shuddered, lowering his head. Even was surprised to notice that the sun was almost sitting. From this statement, the guy immediately tensed. Turning her head towards the personal knight, the princess smiled sweetly, saying that the time had come. The guy's eyes widened when he decided that it was now the time for the review that he was afraid of. With an innocent smile, the princess stated that it was time to disperse, so they would see each other tomorrow. The guy immediately skewed, but he could not believe that she said this, inquiringly tilting her head to her side, and asked what was wrong. Hinging, Michael wanted to answer something, but then blushed, after which he stated that he understood everything. It seemed to him that the seventh princess was the same as other members of the imperial family, but only embarrassed himself. He said in an uncertain tone that he would go. Ivan agreed, answering that they would see himself tomorrow morning. When the knight left the room, Stella followed him, looking after him for a few seconds. When she called him, the guy turned around, noticing a smiling maid, after which he asked what happened. She replied that the princess rarely prepares tea for someone, and until today, there were only three in her memory. These were her teacher, master of alchemy, the mistress of the magic tower, and the late fourth empress. All of them were people whom Her Highness respects and appreciates, and now he has become the fourth honorary. With a sweet smile, the maid added that she said it because she just wanted him to know about it. Having considered these words, the knight replied that he would accept this attention, for which he received gratitude from the maid. The next day, Ivan appeared to his father, accompanied by Michael, who dutifully stood next to her. Desmond cast a knight with a dismissive look, saying that he himself was a monster of a floating prison. The princess agreed with her father's words, clarifying that his name is Michael Agnito, and now he is her personal knight. The emperor said that he was the same dishonest bastard who refused to take an oath of allegiance. Evans immediately asked her father not to be angry, because she found out that he was not of his own free will. The man did not quite understand the meaning of these words, so he asked again that his daughter wants to say it. Ive explained that, as she thought, the problem was the streams of mana, and recently she was convinced of this. She managed to eliminate the problems, clearing some channels, thereby allowing him to take an oath. The girl added that luck accompanied her, but she noticed the answer to this, only the incredulous look of the emperor. Ivan immediately decided that he did not believe her, when suddenly the man asked why his daughter was so afraid, and why is so afraid to admit his outstanding abilities, so robe before the throne. Even calmed down when I realized that my father himself interpreted it so conveniently, answering that he would have been lying, saying no. However, when she stands in front of him, she is not overcome by fear. The feeling that overwhelms her is awe, full of respect. Then she laid her hand on her chest, asking how to even think about a careless tone at such a moment. He replied that he did not expect such eloquence from her, although she was the seventh daughter of the empire. He was proud of her. After all, she began to use her talents wisely. The girl bowed, thanking her father for praise. He added that she tamed the monster. It was worthy of praise, and this form betrayed him a more decent look. Eve asked for forgiveness, said that this monster had become her knight, so he asked him to contact him properly. Hearing his daughter's request, Desmond agreed with her, but there were still notes of contempt in his tone. Then he stated that before the ritual, whoever he was, he cannot recognize him as a real knight. Then he directly turned to Michael, who dutifully closed his eyes, answering the call of His Majesty. Without changing his tone and expression, the man ordered him to kneel before the emperor. Ivan at A briefly looked at her knight, after which she quietly took his hand to reassure a little. The guy looked in surprise at the princess, who had gazed him to understand that everything was under control. He took a few steps forward, whispering to her that there was nothing to worry about, after which he knelt. The emperor stood opposite the knight, after which he began to slowly roll up his sleeve, not taking his eyes off the guy. Then he roughly laid his hand directly on his face, thereby starting to take an oath of allegiance to the imperial family. The emperor stated that the name of demonic Callisto Hadelamid would be the first order by the name of Desmonda. Michael, generated by the art of alchemy, since then he subordinates to the bearers of imperial blood. He will not dare to go against his owners, and will not be able to resist you their will, henceforth until the last breath. When the man's hand freed the knight's face, he agreed in a calm tone, thereby taking an oath. Such a situation satisfied the emperor, who gave his first order, kiss the earth, dumbfounding Eve. Michael did not want to obey, when he suddenly felt pain in the heart, because he could not go against him. The Ivan thought, and frightenedly, thought that the slaves gave such a humiliation 2 centuries ago. But if she now goes against her father's will, this will kill the monster of the floating prison, which she had so achieved. Looking him in the back, the princess mentally asked him not to commit any stupidity and silently accept it. Contrary to her experiences, the knight slowly lowered his head to the ground, right in front of the emperor's feet. When the audience ended, they went to a lonely tree so that Michael could calm down a little. The princess continued to look at him with anxiety, simultaneously asking how he feels. For some time, the knight did not answer anything, but the girl understood what he had to go through. After several seconds of silence, Michael said that it was completely different than when it was. Even did not quite understand what was discussed, so she decided to ask again. Looking at the guy with surprise, he lowered his head, answering that he had never experienced such a disgusting feeling in his life. Seeing that her knight had a hard time, the girl held out her hand, asked if she could touch him. Michael replied that he was her knight, so he has no will except her, so she can do whatever she wants. There was more than enough such an answer, so she asked for forgiveness, after which she approached him. She touched his hair, watching the guy's reaction, so they stood for a few seconds. The princess removed her hand, saying that he was well done because he was able to overpower himself and not to succumb to feelings. She then stated that she would protect her knight and would not allow this to repeat, never. Such a statement dumbfounded Michael, because before this girl not a single owner treated the homunculi like that. Continuing to smile, Ivan leaned slightly forward, after which she stated that they should return. The guy touched the place where the princess's hand was located, felt the warmth diverging through his body. He thought that when he was with her, such a feeling, as if there were no problems at all, and it comforted him. At the same time, 4 people were sitting behind a small round capital discussing important matters. The main shareholder of the Third Empire, the Marquis of Chenglei, asked Bridget if she had heard the latest news. He said that rumor reached him that Her Highness 7th Princess chose a personal knight. However, the most interesting thing is that this is a monster of floating prisons. Others were interested in why such changes would. The head of the military affairs of the Empire Ramal, who was a relative of Bridget, decided to speak out about this. He could not even think that the princess priest, who had not visited anything further than the library, chose a knight. Viscountess Fritz added that the 7th princess was so different from herself, ordinary in morning meetings. When they suggested what this could be connected with, Ramel and his advisor Fritz trembled. Smiling, Bridget replied that the 7th princess knows about the need to choose a personal knight. She voiced their thoughts that Ivan decided to enter the battle for the throne. There are no other reasons for such changes. Then she relaxed, stated that her sister chose only one personal knight, so nothing would change. She also explained to the others that the 7th princess has no foundation for plans for the throne. Having relaxed a sip of tea, Bridget asked them to leave all vain experiences. Contrary to this, the Viscountess frowned, that for some reason she had a bad foreboding about this. Bridget repeated to forget about it, because now there are more important things for them. She pointed her hand to the drawings. One of the personal knights, Bridget noted that Viscount Fritz is rarely so noticeably excited. Without giving a look, the guy thought about what the 7th princess and her knight planned. It becomes interesting. When the Ivan arrived at its chambers, she immediately took a place at the table, decomposing various documents and cards. To enter into a real battle for the throne, it is necessary to comply with certain conditions. Michael's capture was only the beginning, denoting it in social circles, giving access to many privileges. The next task is a material help. This problem will be resolved when Stella completes the preparation of the workshop. However, the most serious problem was ahead. The first candidate for the throne is the 3rd Princess Bridget. The reason Bridget is the first candidate for the throne lies in its many achievements. But the main factor, of course, in the number of power supporters. She has more of them than anyone. Ivan also needs supporters who can fight back. So she asked Stella as she arrived. The maid replied that as expected from the 3rd Imperator, they all look sincere and devoted. IV decided that if Stella herself says so, it means that she was sent really good and faithful guys. The princess said that now, instead of the household, she would entrust the maid to the maid outside the palace. First of all, she needs to go to the blacksmith's. Stella suggested that the lady wants to order a sword for Michael. She also needed to complete the training of an alchemical workshop. There should be a small room for 3 people. Having recorded all the instructions, Stella clarified whether there will be more instructions that she should know about right away. Even thought for a few seconds, after which she asked to see if there were decent estates south of the river. After all, many say that the cost of houses will soon rise there, so it will be a very good investment. The maid replied that everything would be done as soon as possible, after which she confidently headed for the exit. When the door closed, Ivan thought that the upcoming reception on the occasion of Rosie's birthday was a great opportunity. Before her lay photos of 2 girls. She was provided with personalities with whom it is necessary to make contact. Yawning, she thought that now it remained only to wait until Stella would fulfill all these instructions. Then it became interesting whether Michael is being trained now, and whether he will face with other members of her family. She became scared for a second that he could suddenly collide somewhere in Rosenet, as in the past. The princess really did not want these two to meet before Rosie's capture, but she probably was worried. Meanwhile, Michael was on the training field, waving a sword in front of a training counter. Some homunculi watched how he worked out the blows, but did not dare to approach him. They only whispered that he became the personal knight of the seventh princess and had already recovered after imprisonment in prison. Taking a deep breath, the guy decided not to listen to their three, instead of which he rushed on a stone golem. Having bounced high, the knight waved his sword, cutting the stone bulk into two parts, destroying him. The golem broke into pieces, while Michael, with a calm look, considered the fruits of his labors. The rest of the homunculus, who watched this, froze in shock, realizing that he was really a monster. Tired of a tense training, Michael headed for the bench, after which he sat down, wiping under his forehead. Suddenly, Millard approached him, holding out a bottle of water and saying that he had an amazing sword possession. The knight was surprised by the silver hair of a comrade, but did not forget to thank him for the water. Sylvestian asked the next time to control the force, because the cost of repairing the golem would be required from the princess. Michael realized that it was not worth breaking anything, after which he thanked the guy for the warning. But returning the bottle, he introduced himself as a personal knight of the seventh princess, after which he asked who he was. In a calm tone, the knight replied that he was counted to the Knight's Guard, Sylvestian Millard. Michael immediately realized that he was elected Roseneat. The answer to this, Millard turned away, said that this was still honorable. After a couple of seconds, he turned to Michael, saying that he actually came to him with a question. He was interested, after the imprinting of the Emperor family, whether those rumors about the change are true. The guy thought before answering that there was a certain line, and still did not experience any special emotions. But after capturing, the priorities changed in some natural way, and this is a little strange. Millard asked that, in this case, after the capture ceremony, he would give his soul to Her Highness. Michael replied that this could well be. Lowering his head, Sylvestian tried to understand whether it was good. Looking at him, you can confidently think that there is August, leaving an imprint on his soul. Anyway, members of the imperial family are simply useless hypocrites, so Michael said that he did not like it. Millard replied that he himself said that the priorities had changed naturally, and now he suddenly changed his mind. Michael asked him not to think anything bad, but even when difficult, it was worth having his own point of view. One way or another, when the homunculi are bored, they simply get rid of them, not particularly interested in their opinion. Having wilted, Sylvestian lowered his head, deciding that the seventh princess could get rid of him in the same way. Thinking, Millard decided to ask if she could get rid of him, thereby surprising Michael. Suddenly, he realized that it was somewhat rude on his part, and such stupidity was not even worth a thought. Having lowered his eyes, Millard concluded that the princess is not such a person, and is unlikely to act with him in a similar way. Then he decided that Michael was interfering, after which he held out his hand, said that he was pleased to talk. The guy held out his hand in response, agreeing with him, and added that he had not talked so well for a long time. During the handshake, Sylvestian suggested that the comrade next time arrange sparring. He agreed. When the sunset came, Michael thought that at that moment he almost lost his temper, but did not understand why. Perhaps this was because of the words of Sylvestian that she could get rid of him. But he is right. Suddenly, he stopped and froze, trying to understand why he was angry. Perhaps this was the effect of captivity. At that very moment, a familiar and pleasant voice pulled him out of unpleasant thoughts, because of which he turned around. The joyful Ivan walked to him at the meeting, smiling and amiably waving his hand in greeting. The guy immediately asked why she came for him personally, because she could send someone from the servant. The girl replied that she was just walking, after which she asked how his life in the palace, replied that it was calm here. When asked if he had met other members of the imperial family, the knight answered negatively. This immediately caused a wave of calm in the girl, after which she suggested that he take a little walk. The princess decided to show him one place, after which they headed towards the greenhouse. When they arrived, Michael said that it was fine, and he never saw something more beautiful than it. Raising his head, he drew attention to the plants, saying that there was the same principle as with the magic of weather changes. He immediately realized that they retain the medium untouched, which could not poorly impress the knight. Even noticed that he was very insightful, then added that it was a greenhouse, the Monastery of Magic and Alchemy. The guy replied that he was not sure about alchemy, but he could feel magic even of such a level. Touching the invisible thread, he said that the magical structure and streams of mana are incredibly tender. Eve remembered that homunculi were gifted with a talent for magic, so she thought that their skills in alchemy are on top. But alchemy is not subject to them at all. In the Imperial Guild of Alchemists, this was explained by the law of nature. As people created by the Lord cannot use the power of their creator, so they cannot use alchemy. On the other hand, they say that homunculi are barren, because since birth they have no ability to create. But in a past life, Rosenit was still able to get pregnant from Michael with the help of a philosophical stone. If the infertility of homunculi is an unshakable truth, then the question arose, how did it happen? Perhaps there is an answer in the forbidden records of the ruling dynasty, which only the emperor and his heir have access. Michael was surprised to watch a girl who mired in his own thoughts. Not noticing this, he decided to ask what she was thinking about, to which Ivan, with a serious expression on her face, replied that the conception of the child. Hearing this answer, the knight immediately blushed, asking the princess that she had just said. Realizing the situation, the girl screamed what she had in mind. Michael recalled that he was not capable of childbearing. The Yvonne replied that she knew this, trying to explain that she just thought about whether the homunculus was barren. However, the guy was interested in why. During these thoughts, she looked at him so closely. The princess explained that he simply accidentally faced her, then asked not to think about anything strange. He abruptly jumped up from his place, still nervous. Ivan said that it was time for them to return, asking him to go first. The knight obeyed, heading for the exit, while Ivy did not understand how she managed to blurt out like that. A few days later, Rosenit's birthday came, for which all the residents of the estate were being prepared. After taking the bath and skin and hair care procedures, Yvonne realized how much she was tired. Stella acquired it, saying that the 8th princess has been passing the ritual for 2 hours, although this usually takes an hour. Looking at how the maid pours her tea, the princess said in a tired tone that it was really long-lasting. Rosie has no talent for alchemy, so she had to hold a capture ceremony 5 times. And in the end, she mastered the ritual only with the help of a piece of philosophical stone that her father gave her. At this time, Stella asked if the 8th princess would cope. Eve replied that there was nothing to worry about. The point was that she always received what she wanted, so she will finish the capture by any means. When asked where Michael, the maid replied that he had already come for a long time, and now he is being prepared in a guest for admission. Smiling, the maid said that today he needs to be dressed no less than her, so you should hurry. Ivan agreed, because men not only have to be in the imperial palace. Then she wanted to see him. She left replied that she did not need to adhere to etiquette so much, especially after imprinting. The maid decided to personally lead her to the knight, politely asking her to go to the next room. When the princess crossed the threshold, she noticed how 3 servants circling around him gathered around Michael. 2 girls, seeing the lady, immediately shouted that she could not see her personal knight now. However, contrary to their protests, Yvonne did not budge, glancing her eyes into half-naked Michael. The girl looked at the guy's sports body, who was slightly embarrassed at the sight of the princess. His face literally shone with makeup, because of which she was blinded. Michael asked if it looked strange. Suddenly, from behind him, the red-haired Fion appeared, who asked what Her Highness was thinking about this. The man's eyes, burning with heat, emphasized the makeup on the star of the night. Her uncle uses him to seduce. Ivan did not know what would be if such a dangerous weapon to such a pretty man as Michael. The maid hoped that Her Highness would like this knight. Yvonne replied that this was enough. At this time, another maid, Leon, asked Michael to sit straight and look forward. He obeyed. Yves realized that the knight was busy with training, so she decided not to interfere. The guy replied that she was not interfering. The princess pointed to the exit. I was going to go out, but Michael asked her to stay next to him. The girl looked at the blushing guy, which I said that all this was for the first time for him, so he was embarrassed. Eve could not even imagine that the same Michael would worry during preparation for reception. It seems that the capture creates a connection between them, and it depends on it. This feeling was somehow new. Having taken a place on the couch, Ivan smiled awkwardly, after which she said that she would remain with him for a while. The young servant Hugh said that now they would apply makeup on the body, so he would remove the cloak. While the two maids were busy applying makeup, the knight was surprised to ask that he was also applied to the body. He was replied that this was needed in order to emphasize the lines of the body. All this must be put in order. Ivan said that because of its authority, the imperial palace is especially strict to appearance. The guy agreed, although looking at this outfit, he could not call him strict, although it was a matter of taste. Hugh brought him a bandage, saying that at the reception in the palace, the knights of the guard and personal knights are obliged to put on this thing. The exclusion of visual contact with homunculi contributes to the treatment of them as a personal thing. If the imperial family loses its strength, psychological pressure will still help maintain control. The princess thought that they have been ruled by homunculi for hundreds of years, and they know how to restore them. Suddenly, a salute rang out outside the window. Ivan said that Rosie finally completed the capture. It was a long time. With a sad look, the girl muttered that, in the end, Sir Millard became the personal knight of Rosie. Michael said that it was difficult for him to observe how she regrets that someone had become a personal knight of another princess. It was especially difficult when he sat right in front of her and watched her reaction to what was happening. The princess smiled slightly, answering that she was not so sorry. In this case, there was something else. The knight said that in her words there was a lot of sadness at the mention of Millard. But Ive replied that Michael was the only one. She asked not to envy him after he sees Rosie, because Eve would not give up his knight. The guy decided to swear his status of the knight, that he would serve her and take care of her highness. 3 servants who watched this picture were struck by their relations, because of which they could not restrain surprise. At the same second, Stella appeared, who said that the capture ceremony was over and they need to prepare. Without thinking twice, the maid grabbed the princess and immediately dragged her to the exit, not to mention that it was time for them. After a couple of hours, the reception began on the birthday of Rosinite, on which many guests gathered. To live music, people chatted that the 8th princess is already 20 years old, and how quickly time flies. Everyone was happy that her personal knight was elected. They also discussed rumors about how special he was. One of the dangling girls turned dumbfounded, looking at the silhouette passing by her. She immediately turned to her friend, saying that the 7th princess passed by them, but she decided that she was mistaken. Everyone doubted that the princess, always sitting in 4 walls, would come to a reception on the occasion of his sister's birthday. However, when she was noticed, everyone immediately began to whisper that she really came, and not even one. The guests also began to discuss the veracity of rumors that Her Highness nevertheless chose a personal knight. Michael, who examined the guests, immediately heard a question from Ivan, how he had his first trick. He replied that he was incomparable, and he understood what the servant said when he first saw Ivan in this image. While the guests around them whispered, not taking his eyes, Michael decided to ask the princess about what their plan is. Remembering the dossier to 2 girls, the Ivan replied that she needed to be remembered by her persons who could help her. The knight asked if something he had to do. The girl replied that he should stand beautifully next to her. She also asked me to warn her about if the older sister or would be somewhere nearby. Inspecting the guests, Ivan drew attention to one of the girls who looked at glasses with alcohol. The country, built on the prosperity of magic and alchemy, the Hadimid Empire, was famous for so many. Therefore, the magic stone, as a source of this force, has turned into one of the most important resources of the empire. Baron and Baroness Parnello, who controlled the mine in his prey in a past life, rebelled against Bridget. But this time, Ivan firmly decided that they would become her support on the path to the throne and the formation of the Empress. Going closer to the puzzled girl, the princess said that there is only strong alcohol. Then she offered her fruit juice. Baroness thanked her, but when she saw, she immediately shuddered. It could not expect that the 7th princess, who had not appeared in society before. Having bowed, she greeted her, in response to which Eve said that she was glad to personally meet Baroness. To tie the thread of the conversation, Yvonne said, "Heard that she is now all in business after the wedding." She suggested that today she visited the holiday instead of the Baron. The interlocutor was surprised at her insight. Eve continued, saying that everyone knows about Lord Parnello's love for her wife and would hardly leave her alone. Baroness replied that she was flattering her, but there was no lie in the words of the princess. Then she asked if her husband was busy. The girl replied that there was a lot of things to fall. Her husband was so busy that now she learns to rule the lands. Ivan said that she was known for her brilliant mind, so she was sure that she would do great. Parnello was pleased to hear such words, so she sincerely thanked Her Highness. The princess said that only 6 months have passed since the wedding, and it will be her first summer in the role of a baroness. Every half a century, in the possessions of Parnello, the Laster River is out of the shores, which is why floods occur. Therefore, she needs to be careful in the rainy season this summer. Baroness flinched. He heard about it for the first time. Av explained that she learned about this from books. There are several records in the imperial archives, every 50 years. After the rainy season, monsters occur. And if suddenly the fortress walls collapse due to floods, the damage will be great. Such a statement settled indescribable fear in the heart of the Baroness, the face of which was immediately replaced by horror. Yvonne said that she would ask the maid to find records, after which she suggested going to her before leaving. Baroness bowed, accepting the invitation, after which she thanked Her Highness for his help. Smiling, Yvonne replied that she was not worth gratitude, and she thought that everything was going according to plan. She decided that this was enough for today, after which she was surrounded by a crowd of aristocrats to chat. One of the sisters and Bridget watched how the guests evaluated the openness and sociability of the seventh princess. The guests noticed that they were doing a good time, so they also decided to join a secular conversation. Two sisters in the company of the brother looked displeased in her direction, weakly believing in what was happening. Suddenly, the girl in a whisper asked her brother to say something when she saw Bridget's face. They understood that the older sister was unhappy due to the fact that Yvonne was behaving differently. Suddenly, Bridget slammed loudly with a fan, because of which brother and sister thought that they had to leave quickly. A girl who did not pay attention to the departure of his sister told her knight that he knows what to do. While Ivan led a relaxed conversation, Michael warned that the fourth princess and the fifth prince were coming here. She decided to leave, explaining that she wanted to breathe fresh air, that she was pleased to talk with them. The brother and sister who noticed her in the crowd tried to call the princess, but the crowd did not give them the passage. After a few seconds, Ivan and Michael closed the door behind them, silently trying to take a breath. The guy thought that it seemed to come off. The girl replied that everything worked out only thanks to him. Suddenly, Ivan stumbled, but the knight immediately held it, asking the princess what happened. Eve replied that she had not worn heels for a long time. Then the guy invited her to alleviate the pressure on the shoes with magic. The princess replied that then the gait would not be so elegant, after which the knight invited her to sit down for a minute. When the girl took a place on the sofa, the guy crouched on one knee, reaching for the princess's feet. Under the surprised gaze of Ivan, Michael took off her shoes, becoming magic to heal the gratings on her fingers. Then he asked if her, embarrassed by such a bend, got better, stuttering in agreement. Her heart pounded frantically, because such an action on the part of her knight was at least unexpected. At that very moment, the guy heard steps, and without thinking, twice reached for the sword, in which case to protect the princess. A male figure slowly walked in their direction, which immediately politely turned to the seventh princess. He added that he had been waiting for a meeting with her for a very long time, while Yvonne tried to find out this man. Having bowed, the man was waiting for the princess's response, while Michael got between them, while Eve asked who he was. He replied that he knew that she would come to him because he was rumors about him. His name was Alvin Redman. She recognized the second son of Count Redman and the current head of the administrative department of the Imperial Council. The princess was shocked at the future official corruption, who he himself granted her. This guy took the position of an official only thanks to the patronage of his father, without making efforts. For his eyes, it is often called a shepherd with a pillow of safety, in other words, golden youth. Once he was already unclenched, but with the help of his father, he took the position of a financial manager. And since all the expenses and income of the palace fell into his hands, he was slightly carried away by embezzlement. The princess remembered that she was also among his victims, but this had not yet happened in this temporary line. She could only imagine how much he stole, because at any of the events of the palace, she did not receive a penny. Eve several times officially made charges, but there was no real evidence. He noticed traces well. Although it was amazing, he was really good in jurisdiction, and this could be in her hand. Michael, who put his hand in front of the princess, thereby defending, decided to ask if she knew him. Having lowered the knight's hand, the girl replied that she had heard about him, so they had no reason to concern. Yvonne could not help but notice that he followed everyone with whom she was contacting at the reception. In no case can such a smart person do his enemy, especially at this time. The girl decided to wrap the situation in her hands, after which she smiled sweetly, saying that she was glad to meet him. Alvin immediately lit up with happiness, joyfully saying that he had long wanted to personally talk with her. He knew that she would draw her attention to him. He knew that these stupid rumors could not mislead her. After asking what rumor we are talking about, the guy replied that he was talking about disgusting services, that he was Papankin's son. It was a vileness common by Count Sanchez, but there was not a drop of proc in these words. The guy trembled while he said that it was important for him that Her Highness believes in people, not rumor. The princess remembered that Count Sanchez had a really bad relationship with Count Redman. Suddenly, she realized that Alvin was reduced at a time when Count Sanchez was as the head of the council. Perhaps in a last life, he went along a curved path due to the fact that Sanchez prevented his promotion. But even if everything was just like that, it does not justify the crimes committed by him. She was thinking about whether she should give him a chance, after which she offered him to return to the council right now. Alvin did not fully understand her request. Ask how he could return there if he has already finished the service. Come to him. Eve reported that today at the Rosie election ceremony, there were a lot of offers. Therefore, she suggested that the notes that cast doubt on the authorities of the empty ones should be destroyed. Actively agreeing with her words, the guy also heard that all the council would be busy with the correction of documents. Therefore, the princess thought that he could help her with this. Such speeches excited Alvin. He was unimaginably glad that she immediately noticed this, because such a job was just in his specialty. The princess decided to spur him, adding that he would perfectly cope with such work. Therefore, she asked him to flee and earn the favor of the authorities. He immediately ran. Yvonne thought that now the fact that Rosie used the Philosopher's Stone would be forever hidden. It is a pity that this will be good news for Rosie, but Alvin's success should be noticed. Then he will change his fate. In this case, he should not cause her troubles, as in a past life, and can become her ally. Noticing that the princess leaned on him, Michael asked if she was in order, offering to take a rest. Evans refused, asking him just to stand for another minute, after which she laid her head on his chest. The knight decided to clarify that this is all due to the fact that her legs were still sick, but she answered negatively. Suddenly trembling, the princess said that this was due to the fact that she was very excited. She did not expect to meet him and was afraid to make a mistake, saying something wrong, so she was very nervous. Michael calmly replied that if you discard the excitement, it seems that everything went the best for her. Ivan agreed with him, after which she again heard an offer to relax a little more. The girl refused, because she did not know when Rosie came. Instead, she decided to go to another room. In a small room were several gentlemen who actively communicated among themselves, not noticing Eve. These young gentlemen are students of the Gnosi Imperial Academy. Among them, there are children of members of the Imperial Council. These were the son of Count Raindl and the son of the Marquis of Ramathalo, who were important figures in society. Despite excellent talents and skills, all these young people are deprived of the right to inherit. Everything was because they were not older sons, but those two, contrary to his expectation, inherited the titles. They are ideal for political support, which she is so missing at the moment. Therefore, the princess asked Michael this time to stay away, because she must loosen the walls around him. Secular society is a marriage market. Since it has no connection with them, it can only rely on courage. The girl decided that only one of 6 would be enough, so that her plans would immediately begin to be implemented. At least one of them should like it. So she came up and asked if she could be a glass. After a few seconds, one of the guys said that it was cramped here, but asked to take a place next to him. Yvonne could not believe that it worked, and for her it was very unexpected, because she did not hope for success. The girl looked at Calix Remichulo. She heard that he became famous for his bad manners. Standing next to him, the girl thanked the Lord, trying to understand what he was up to. She hoped that he was overcome by simple curiosity, and she herself said that she had heard their conversation about gnosis. The princess asked if she could listen, because the academy always incited genuine interest in her. All the audience immediately smiled, deciding to continue the conversation from the place where they stopped. About half an hour, each talked about his separate story that happened at this academy. Carefully listening to various stories, the princess thought that everything was going very smoothly. At that very moment, Calix noticed that he had lowered her glass of highness, thereby giving the rest the hint. She was surrounded, pouring her wine into her glass, and giving another glass in her hand so that she always had a drink. The princess looked at two glasses in her hands in surprise, not knowing what to do with them. The Yvonne decided that they simply decided to make fun of her, and instead of water, brandy diluted wine. She knew that if the interlocutor first gives you a drink, and you do not finish it, then you show disrespect. The princess realized that they specifically pulled her into it, and now she needed to somehow get out of the situation. Suddenly, Calix turned to her, saying that if it is a lot for her, then she could convey one glass of him. There is a way out of this situation, to transfer the drink to a person of the opposite sex who did not offer her a glass. But the price of this mercy is the fulfillment of the request, or something more significant. Therefore, it is considered a rather great risk. Ivan noticed that Lord Remitiello did not offer her a glass, which means he is the only one to whom she could pass it on. It will stop obvious that he wanted something from her from the very beginning, and decided to use this method. Not just curiosity made him invite her here, and she did not know whether to agree to the offer. Suddenly, Michael approached the princess behind, extending his hand, and asked to allow her to take one glass. The girl at first did not understand what was happening, after which she noticed how her personal knight drinks everything with one sip. She was scared, because the drink was a little strong, and then she asked if everything was in order with him. He answered in the affirmative, after which the lord intervened in the conversation, saying that they were taught immunity to poisons. Then he suggested, barely noticeably grinning, that alcohol compared to this is nothing. Michael tried to politely answer that all this was just in order to protect the owner, just like now. Then they began to devour each other's eyes, while the princess tried to understand what was happening at all. She decided that this was her chance to leave, so she got up, saying that she wanted to breathe a little fresh air. Eve politely apologized and wished them a pleasant evening, after which she left the room with a hasty step. When they went to the balcony, Michael noticed that the princess managed to forget about her personal night. Smiling guiltily, Eve replied that she had not even thought, because she had no one who was on her side. The guy said that in the last two glasses, there was wine with a high degree, asked if she knew about it. Yvonne calmly replied that she knew, because earlier brothers and sisters often joked her. Michael said that he tolerates alcohol well, so if she receives such a joke, let her remember about it. Leaning on the railing of the balcony, the princess replied that she would remember this, in addition, having thanked the guy. She did not expect that it would be so pleasant when someone cares for her, not demanding anything in return. At this time, two maids helped Rosnit put on a beautiful and magnificent pink dress. The girl called Silvestiana to her, asked what it feels like to be a personal knight of the White Rose of the Empire. A guy with silver hair and a bandage in front of his eyes answered Her Highness that this is an immense honor. This is the expected answer. She honored his honor to be captured by her, so he must be the best. Having lowered his head, the guy replied that, to glorify her name, he would try not to disappoint her. Having finished with preparations, the girl gave him a hand that it was because he is a special knight chosen by her, after which they headed for the exit, and Rosie announced that the couple of the main character would go on stage. After a couple of minutes, it was announced that the 8th Princess Rosanite and her personal knight Sir Sylvestian had arrived. The guests who came off from conversations among themselves looked at the main culprit of the reception. The girls began to whisper among themselves that Her Highness was becoming more beautiful every year. Also, they did not forget to consider the knight that next to her, because silver hair is so unusual. Rosie smiled, listening to flattering comments on her, mentally asking them to continue in the same spirit. She was so difficult at the capture ceremony, but how good it is that now he was her personal knight. The aristocrats surrounded the girl, congratulating birthday, giving her a variety of wishes. Smiling sweetly, Rosie thanked everyone, I hoped that today they would all have fun with the heart, and she was happy about the attention. At that very moment, two brothers began to make their way through the crowd of people who demanded the attention of the sister. Rosenit tried to smile sweetly, while the guys said that she did not imagine how much they were waiting for her. Then they, with a displeased look, noticed that very lousy homunculus, which delivered her so many problems. They shouted about it so loudly that they made the princess startle, because of which she was ashamed. She noticed how people began to whisper, and thought that they decided to tell everyone about her inability to alchemy. Their angry speeches was interrupted by the suddenly approaching Bridget, who also congratulated Rosie on the day of birth. She did not expect to see her today, to which she replied that she could not help but come to her younger sister. Rosenit thanked her sweetly, thinking that she came on time, not allowing her brothers to say too much. Bridget noted that she was able to get the best knight in the palace, which was due to praise. Until now, many wanted him, but no one dared to withstand the captivity. But she tried perfectly. Millard said that he was really embarrassed by the fact that he had delivered Her Highness so much trouble. Then he sat on his knee and kissed the mistress's hand that these efforts would be compensated to fidelity to the last breath. Rosie was surprised at such an act of her knight, while the rest of the ladies were enthusiastic about this. At that moment, the princess realized how smart he was, so mentally praised him. She asked him to rise from the knee, playing with him as polite and good-natured with him as possible. Eve and Michael, who approached them, heard one of the guests said that it was like a scene from a fairy tale. Noticing this, I've thought that it seems, while everything was going well, and it seems that she really likes Sir Millard, and Michael, and her personal knight, so there is nothing to worry about. But suddenly, Rosie will fall in love with him again. The paintings of the past flashed in her memory, but she drove these thoughts, deciding that this time she would not allow this. From gloomy thoughts, Michael pulled her out, who said that the third princess had already left. The princess immediately came to, saying that it was time for them to join her sister's congratulations. I would not want to face the rose face to face, but at the moment she could not do anything about it. She was sure that nothing would happen, so she decided to greet the main character of the reception. At this moment, someone said to Rosenit that the seventh princess was heading for her with congratulations. Everyone was interested in what they would tell each other, because today both princesses have a personal knight. At first glance, it was clear that there was a certain competition between them, but both looked collected. In addition, today the seventh princess also shone among the guests until the arrival of the eighth princess. One would think that it was she who was the star of today's reception, which was not in the hand of Rosie. However, Yvonne came up and congratulated her on the 20th birthday, lived all the most beautiful. With a stretched smile, the girl thanked her sister. She realized that talking about her touched her pride. Eve realized that before she suits her in response, she had to leave quickly, so she took off. Not having time to move away, Rosenit called out to her, saying that she had heard that she also brought her personal knight. With a constant smile, she asked if she would deign to imagine him before her sister. The heart of Ivan immediately stabbed, while she asked herself why Rosie suddenly became interested in Michael. Eves introduced her knight, while the guy bowed, greeting the eighth princess. The next second, a grave silence came. Everyone was surprised to watch Rosenate. Ivan decided to ask her sister what was wrong, asking herself why she did not answer, as appropriate to the princess. In response to her question, the eighth princess silently held out her hand to Michael, waiting for response. The guy was dumbfounded by such a turn, while Yvonne thought with anxiety that she had planned Rosie. She forces Michael to kiss her hand. For a long time, she was the last time someone honored such an honor. Ivan thought that it was only worth avoiding the ceremony, and everything would be in order. But now the situation has accepted a different turn. Suddenly, she noticed that now Michael's face was hidden, and she could not completely see his appearance. It turns out that Rosie is trying to translate all the attention only to himself, which was so similar to her. Surely she thought that if he granted him the right to kiss the hand of the white rose of the empire, then he would fall in love with it. It was too naive even for Rosenit, but the Yvonne did not leave some vague feeling. While she was thinking about this, her knight took Rosie's hand, after which he began to slowly lower his head to her. With a smooth, barely noticeable movement, he touched her brush with his lips, closing his eyes, trying to be restrained. Departing from her, the guy asked the eighth princess to greet again. She reciprocated. Looking in their direction, Ivan thought that she did not want Rosie and Michael to meet in this way. At that very moment, the princess noticed that the knight wiped his lips, pretending to straighten the bandage. Then he turned towards Ivan, whispering in a whisper that it was much more unpleasant than touching it. The girl was first shocked by such a statement, when suddenly she laughed quietly, the guy's tasks. A few minutes later, Zaman granted, everyone in the hall immediately wished the glory and prosperity of the son of the empire. Roseneat was glad that her father came, who congratulated his daughter on his birthday, adding that she would not linger for a long time. The girl smiled, answering that he had arranged such a technique in her honor, and even personally visited, devoting a precious time. At that very moment, Ivan approached him, greeting his father, wishing fame and prosperity. He was surprised to notice that Eves was also present. She replied that she had just congratulated her sister. Desmond turned to Rosie, saying that he had prepared a gift to her in the eastern part of the palace, a whole garden of white roses. Smiling sweetly, the birthday girl replied that she was very grateful to her father. He was pleased that he could please her daughter. Standing next to them, Ivan, with sadness, asked herself why she was next to Rosenet right now. She had already heard gossip that the king especially favors the eighth princess. What not to say about Ivan? Therefore, she decided to keep the image of an unlocked and unhappy princess, humbly obeying her father's will. Seeing the expression of her face, the guests immediately noticed how poor the seventh princess, but she was also a native daughter. Before she had time to enter the image, when she suddenly felt that Michael silently and gently took her hand, the princess looked reverently at the knight, realizing that he was on her side even in such a trifle business. Suddenly, the father asked Eve to say if she wanted something, because it was necessary to make a gift in honor of the choice of a knight. The girl was shocked by such a sentence, while Desmond said that she has time to think. The princess replied that she did not need so much time, because she was just something. She stated that she wanted to move to other chambers. The man immediately asked if she had the present place. Eve replied that they were small. She would like peace with a separate dressing room, where she could store clothes and jewelry, and the balcony with access to the sunny side, from which you can enjoy the beauty of the imperial palace. The emperor was shocked by the fact that there is no ladies' room in the chambers of the princess. Ask what the managers are doing. He immediately began to swear at them, and Ivan realized that he was ashamed for the fact that he still ignored his daughter. But in fact, the girl was unimaginably glad that he shows the concern for her in this way. Eve reminded her father that today Rosie's birthday, asking him not to be angry with such a happy event. The man thought about the words of his daughter, answering that it was better to restrain himself since Rosie's birthday. Thinking for a few seconds, the emperor agreed, after which he turned loudly to the seventh princess. Calm silence came after the phrase of Desmond that he would give an 80th place in emerald chambers. The statement can even surprise Bridget, and Rosie, who smiled all evening, was now in complete shock. People began to whisper that this gift was even significant for her of the garden. So far, only Bridget received these chambers. Eve immediately began to thank his father, bowing low. His father immediately replied that he would visit her when she moved. Smiling politely, she agreed, added that, on this occasion, to cook him the best tea. Having decided that his duties were fulfilled today, the emperor decided to leave the reception, wishing everyone a pleasant evening. When he left the hall, the homon immediately reigned. People began to discuss that His Majesty nevertheless favored Island. For the first time in a long time, everyone was interested in watching the unfolding events inside the palace. Even still could not believe her happiness. But now it was confident that the rules of the game could change. At that moment, the hall was divided into several groups. Some chatted with Rosie, others from Ivan, others with Bridget. At the same time, Rosenet was in displeasure in the direction of the seventh princess, who stole her attention. Quite a lot of guests surrounded Island, which was glad to such attention and joyfully communicated with everyone. People said that these chambers have a surprisingly beautiful name, because they are recognized as the most beautiful. It seems that the emperor nevertheless favors her, so they would be glad to visit her there. The girl was the reason. At the same time, a lonely girl, renounced from everyone, Viscountess Anais Lucerde caught her eye. Today, she was the most important guest for Ivan. She wanted to talk to her, but others did not give her a passage. The princess had to talk with viscounts, but the guests were not going to let her go so easily. A few minutes later, she stated that she was pleased to talk with everyone, but she needed to leave for a while. Changli, who stood near Bridget, said that the action of the seventh princess is amazing, and she was impressive. Looking at her sister, the girl replied that the despicable child, for the first time in her life, did something worthwhile. However, there is nothing to worry about. It is so insignificant that, and her participation in the secret council cannot be a question. The man bowed, agreeing with her. Because nothing would happen, even if she was plotting something. No one cancel the fact that the third princess is undoubtedly the main contender for the throne. Suddenly, Bridget drew attention to Fritz, which was still in thought over the situation. Approaching her, the blonde said that if she is so worried, she certainly finds out about the intentions of Eve. After which she again asked her not to worry in vain. She looked away, agreeing with her highness. Turning her head, the girl drew attention to Lady Lucerne, who spun around them for some time. The men discussed that she again came to the third princess because of the case of batons, and still did not give up. It is probably difficult to send so many letters in anticipation of an answer, which in its case will never come. For several seconds, Bridget and Anais looked at each other, but their eyes were strikingly different. Viscountess tried to turn to her highness, when suddenly the princess turned sharply. The girl was shocked by such a gesture, while Bridget, with a grin, stated that she was not careful. A few minutes later, Michael held Ivan by the shoulders, saying that you need to find a place to relax. Looking at the night, the princess said that she had an idea, after which she offered to go to the Pearl Room. In the palace, where the culture of debauchery and decadence reigns, the rooms for the rest of the tired gentlemen were reserved. In fact, if unmarried men and women go to such a place, this will turn into problems for them. After all, they will probably be a huge article in the yellow press, from which it is difficult to get out of the very next day. When they got to the place, one of the homunculi, with a calm look, announced that they could take place. In other words, a pearl room is a room recognized by the palace for dates of different persons. With an uncertain look, Michael went inside, barely moving the limbs, under the surprised look of the princess. When she realized why a man behaves like that, her face immediately flooded with a paint from the awareness of what was happening, and she laughed loudly, saying that she was not going to use this room for their intended purpose. Then she stated that she was getting better, but he too was tired of standing for so long, so she offered to sit down. In timid movements, he sank to the sofa, being at some distance from a grinning girl. The guy realized that it was too quiet here, after which he decided to ask if they were here alone. Yvonne replied that usually a gold cord indicates that the room was busy, and nothing was heard at all. There is a soundproof barrier here. For convenience, both external and internal noises can be blocked. The girl explained that he was very strong in attacking magic, so it is more difficult for him to understand the protective. Michael asked if she owns life magic. She replied that she was studying all spheres and their combinations. The princess added that attacking magic is very difficult for her because she has no ability to her at all. The knight said that he was sorry that her academic achievements are limited, but, on the other hand, he is happy about this. Yvonne could not help but wonder why he was glad, to which she received the answer that now he became her sword. The captured knight usually had to say this, but now the girl was very pleased to hear it. She smiled, asking him to try, because now she is counting on him, like herself. Suddenly, they heard loud sounds outside, because of which the princess decided that the reception was approaching. Then she added that it was time for them to finish their current business, so she has the last request for him. Now he had to accompany always the last guest with whom she wants to talk. 6 months ago, in the reception and third Princess Bridget, the audience of the Baron and Baroness was held. Count Lucerne, director of the construction company Lucerne, asked the project to build public baths. Bridget confirmed his words, while Anais said that this did not seem so profitable. The princess agreed that you are unlikely to earn such a case, but this is a social project to improve hygiene. Then she turned to the count, saying that it was a very noble cause to help citizens become cleaner. She offered this to them, because of all families engaged in construction in the empire, they are best. The man shuddered when the princess added that it was also important that their reputation is not tarnished. Then the girl rose from her seat, saying that if they did not want, then this can be finished. In addition to them, there are still many sponsors who, by all means, would like to do this business. The Count frowned, trying to weigh the pros and cons, after which Her Highness declared that he was not needed. The princess grinned when she heard that in this way, they would be able to contribute to the well-being of the empire. Anais thought that since it was the idea of the princess, the father placed the seal of their kind without much thought. This was done in order not to fall out of disgrace, but who knew that in the end this would bring so many problems? The magic stone necessary for heating water in baths has risen very much, and such a purchase was beyond its power. If they urgently find solutions, they will tolerate tremendous losses. At such a pace, their company will sink to the bottom. In addition to everything, the third princess does not even want to see her, so she had no choice but to get drunk. When she emptied the glass, behind her suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice that called out to her. The man introduced himself to Michael, a personal knight of the seventh princess, adding that she wants to meet her. The surprised Viscountess could not understand anything, so she decided to ask again whether she wanted to meet with her. Hearing an affirmative answer, the girl with a sad look explained that she could not leave right now. At that very moment, the knight said that Her Highness asked to convey that she did not keep her for a long time. Clutching her hands into his fists, Anais made a decision, because still the third princess does not even want to look in her direction. She confidently raised her head. She agreed, provided that it was not for long, after which she asked her to take her to her. When the man began to spend the Viscountess, Rosie immediately noticed this, who looked at them with curiosity. A few minutes later, the seventh princess greeted Lady Lucerne good-naturedly. Anais bowed, mutually welcoming the princess, asking herself why she wanted to meet her. Eve went immediately to business, saying that people say that the Count had big problems due to the imperial project. The view of the Viscountess was completely drooping, but suddenly she blossomed when Eve said she could help her. Anais said that the third princess was not going to help them, because she knew about the increase in stone prices. With a regret, made look, Ivan informed her that the third princess wanted their bankruptcy, and nothing more. All this is done in order to redeem them in cheap and drain from the Changli Trading Company, their comrades. Soon the reconstruction of the capital should begin, and she wants the Chanli Company to engage in it personally. The Viscounts remembered that the Changli genus is one of the 3 richest in the empire. They financed the Bridget Foundation. Ivan confirmed this, adding that they want to buy similar companies to expand their influence. However, their funds are not endless, so they want to bankrupt as many companies as possible to capture them. Anais immediately stated that she knew the reason, after which she asked the princess if they buy magic stones. Evans confirmed her guesses, adding that they could not immediately sell them, which is why there are also problems with finances. If you know about the buying of stones, they will have a hard time, and they will intervene in the proceedings. Such information was angry with Viscountess, who said that it was unbearable to think that the princess was behind this. The woman cried, saying that she only did, that she was waiting for the help of the third princess in such a situation. Evie began to remove her hands from her face, affectionately saying that this is not her fault, asking a woman not to blame herself. Hold her hands, as if supporting, the princess said with confidence that she would help to solve this problem. Not believing her ears, the Viscountess immediately joyfully stated that Her Highness is the benefactor of their family. Shaking her hands, Anais, with tears in her eyes, added that she would wait for the soap business, which she spoke about earlier. The Even smiled, answering that all this time she could not relax calmly, so she advises her to leave early. However, in order to euthanize the vigilance of the third princess, she will be forced to linger a little more at the reception. A joyful girl immediately agreed with the princess, adding that she would show her acting talent. When the Viscounts bowed and headed for the exit, Ivan asked for goodbye to take herself. With a smile on her face, she spent a woman, being pleased that this time everything went according to plan. If this goes further, Changli will not be able to get the baths. Then Bridget will not loosen fire safety measures. And then a terrible fire in the city, which was supposed to happen in the near future, can be prevented. Then more than 300 people died. It is impossible to happen. This business will be the first step against Bridget. Leaning back on the sofa, the princess was created by the question of where Michael went, because Anais had already left. He got up from his seat, She called the personal knight that she had already finished, but there was no answer. Leaving the pearl room, the girl began to examine the corridor, which was absolutely empty. Some time ago, Rosie thought displeasedly that everything was all as if the amount went from behind the seventh princess. Today, after all, her birthday was. But she also wondered where the sister went with her knight. Then she decided that they had retired in the pearl room. These guesses were also very enraged. Suddenly, she was surprised to notice Michael, who accompanied the Viscountess, and Eves was not nearby. The princess immediately recognized the knight, but she could not recognize the girl, trying to understand where he was leading her. After overhearing them, she realized that it was a sister's order, when she suddenly noticed that they were heading to the pearl room. This information suggested that they were going to do it, the three of them, which seemed impossible to her. Bruttered, Rosinette could not believe that her sister was fond of like, and besides, she was so suddenly dared. Biting her nails, she angrily thought that the first had to capture the knight and go through the test. The princess began to steal after them, firmly deciding that, in the name of justice, she was obliged to interfere with them. When they got to the destination, Rosie immediately realized that Eves was already waiting for them there, but he himself was not shown. She was surprised when she noticed that Michael did not come in, because of which she decided that she was mistaken in her guesses. Suddenly she thought, because she was going to interfere with her sister, but she had an idea much more interesting. With a slow gait, she went to Michael, smiling, and urging him to pay attention to her. Seeing the princess, the knight immediately bowed, greeting her highness, trying to observe her etiquette. Rosinette all this time asked himself why he was here alone. In her eyes, all this looked very suspicious. For a few seconds, they silently looked at each other, Rosie clatter with heels, and the guy shuddered at every blow. He thought that with their first meeting, he felt something strange, and it felt extremely unpleasant. When asked whether her sister was inside, the knight replied that her highness wished to relax alone. The princess thought about it, because she knew that she was not alone there, but she decided to temporarily lower this moment. Bending her head to his side, the girl asked with interest why he was not subject to her, as befits his personal knight. Michael apologized for the insolence, saying that, following her logic, Millard should be next to her now. With a laugh laughing, Rosinette replied that she had just come out for a moment to breathe fresh air. The knight immediately realized that there was something unclean, suggesting that the eighth princess could suspect something. He replied that the life of the princess is too important to go unaccompanied, advising Millard to keep nearby. Looking at the guy, the girl asked, he could not escort her while her personal knight was not nearby. Michael would like to abandon this proposal, but he was stopped by an oath of allegiance given at the ceremony. It will not allow ignoring the request of a member of the imperial family, as if the homunculus did not want that. At first, he decided to pretend to be allowed by Eves, but did not want to interrupt the conversation with the Viscountess. He had no other choice left but to take her hand and agree to the request, feeling disgust. It was even worse than at the ceremony, but he found the strength to offer her to take her to the garden. Some time later, Ivan wandered through the deserted corridors in search of his personal knight. Suddenly, she met Sylvestian in her path, who, judging by his appearance, was also busy searching. Having stopped, they looked at each other with surprise, briefly exchanging with polite greetings. The princess immediately asked why he was one, to which she received an answer that he was looking for the eighth princess. It was an answer that the girl least wanted to hear, deciding that Rosie still took him away. Yvonne told Millard that it seems that her sister and Michael are now together, walk somewhere around the territory of the palace. At this time, Rosinette noticed that the knight was going too fast, in response to which he immediately asked for forgiveness. Then she said that he was not too talkative. He again apologized for the discomfort provided. Suddenly, the girl stopped. Letting go of his hand, Michael immediately got up to hope that they would finish on this. At that very moment, Rosinette stood in front of the guy, saying that I would like to see him without a blindfold. Such a request also forced the knight to strain, because of which he felt his heart began to pound. The princess tried to look sweet and naive, hoping that in this way she could achieve the desired. Without waiting for the knight's response, she held out her hand, forcing Michael to close in disgust. Michael understood that his permission would not solve anything, because when there is no owner nearby, he has no right to refuse. Without waiting for permission, Rosie held out her hand, while the guy's heart pounded, not wanting it. Suddenly, he heard the familiar voice that the girl stopped. At the same second, the Yvonne stood in front of him. At the same time, Sylvestian approached Rosinette, who took his place next to the mistress. The first voice gave the Yvonne, who immediately asked her sister why she took away someone else's knight with her. She quickly got out, answering that Michael voluntarily proposed to escort her, seeing her alone. Eves understood that it was a lie, after which she said that she met Millard when he was looking for her throughout the palace. When asked why she did not wait for him, Rosie replied that they simply crawled out, nothing like that. The event decided to play along with her, saying that since her knight is now with her, she should continue a walk with him. Turning around in displeasure, Rosinette noticed how Sylveston bowed, asking Her Highness of permission. Her gaze directly said that she did not want to spend time with her knight, but it was too late. Therefore, the girl turned away displeasedly, saying that she had already freshened up enough, so it is time for her to return. Meanwhile, Ivan carefully looked at Michael, who with a calm face was waiting for the end of the meeting. Despite the fact that he is her knight, she begged for events from a past life to never repeat. Never the eighth princess and her knight headed towards the palace. Eves and Michael looked after them. Suddenly, the guy said that she had come very on time. Yvonne was surprised, asking what had happened between them. Without hiding the truth, the knight replied that the eighth princess wanted to remove the bandage from him. This was dumbfounded by Eve. Removing the bandage from the knight meant the invitation to spend the night together, and it is unlikely that she just wanted to see his eyes. Put the guy in his hands. The princess immediately began to ask for forgiveness for leaving him alone. With a calm expression on Michael, the princess should not apologize for this, because her guilt is not. A week later, they walked together, when suddenly, Michael said that she was sent a lot of invitations. It was like the fact that the audience was interested in, so I had to read all the letters. Evens with a smile, she noticed that those whom they met at the reception, everything was fine, and everyone was satisfied. Now the girl had a great feeling, and it seemed to her that there should be no problems. The knight asked that the place where they are now heading is also part of the plan to become a crown prince. The girl nodded. Because they go for the sake of one of the most important conditions. After a while they met with Alvin. Entering the room, the princess smiled, greeting Lord Redmond, who was very glad to see her. With some excitement, the man said that she was interested in the social activities of the imperial family. The Yvonne replied that everything was just like that. She did not know that this guy could help her move on. Social activity is social assistance from the imperial family, which begins with donations. It also contains sponsorship and financing of various and complex projects. With high points for such activity, you can participate in politics, making your vote significant among the nobility. Until now, she has no interest in this race, so at the moment she has few points compared to Bridget. To gain access to her, she needs these glasses, so Four decided to view the documents provided by the Alvin. Starting to leaf through the notes, she drew attention to the analysis of the real state of the place of production of magic stone. Redmond indicated that the possible activity for her at the moment here, on the front pages. It could be the search and financing of artists. If the artist is famous, the merit will be attributed to her. The problem is that for now this happens, a lot of time will pass, and it is unlikely to be suitable as the main thing. The princess asked to advise the most significant of those that she could do. The guy immediately began to offer. When they finished business, Michael asked that she wants to access the magic stone mines. Smiling, the princess was surprised that her knight was able to notice this, and was quite his observation. Looking at the mistress, the guy asked unemotionally, did she not take him with her to show it? Yvonne replied that he was able to notice, and this, she was glad that there was a smart knight next to her. She plans to visit homunculi and mines in the first half of the year, and wants to quickly improve their living conditions. The guy looked at the princess, who was literally shining and smiling, thinking about her plans for the future. Michael whispered that she was really serious, when they suddenly heard the steps heading in their direction. The worried Rian ran to them, turning loudly to Her Highness. Her appearance forced them to freeze. The princess did not understand why she was behaving like this, but the next second she heard that they had a trouble. Even understood the reason for trouble when she returned to her chambers, finding three sisters and father who came to visit there. The maids almost shouted in tears that His Majesty would be in emerald chambers a minute. The girl remembered that her father said that she would visit her, and of course, he would be with sisters who were also interested. Since they are still here, at least he will find out who the knight Bridget is now, whom she still has not seen. She changes them so often that it is confusing, because of which you do not have time to get used to the previous one. At the moment, next to her older sister, was a beautiful brown-haired man, Elijah Halsey. The Ivan remembers him. He extremely took his place for a long time, Bridget, proud of his position. There are rumors that the sister was simply pleased with him at night. That's the whole secret of his long service. The princess immediately blushed, trying to understand why she generally represents this at such an inconvenient moment. Meanwhile, absolute silence reigned in the room. Not one of the guests dared to give a voice first. Even looked at Elijah, who, noticing her gaze, smiled sweetly, which greatly surprised the princess. The girl immediately shuddered and blushed, hurrying to turn her face out quickly and not to meet her eyes. Michael noticed her strange behavior, but did not ask anything, not allowing himself such an impudence. When he saw Elijah grinned, notes of anger in his direction immediately appeared on the guy's face. While the knight burned another evil look, he continued to smile and look sweet and calm. Inspecting the interior, Bridget first gave a voice, saying that the emerald chambers are really amazing. Ivan agreed, adding that for these unusually beautiful chambers, she is immensely grateful exclusively to her father. The emperor immediately laughed, being glad that his daughter was satisfied, because it was a right decision to give them to her. Eves noticed the skewed faces of two other sisters, who were clearly offended by what had happened. The girl understood that no one, except Brit, had no chambers, so they were offended that they did not go to them. One of the sisters stated that he had given the emerald chambers, because she was glad that she had chosen a personal knight. The other supported her, adding that, might think, the sister did something outstanding in alchemy. If she knew that this could make him so happy, would wait for a year or two. Bridget drew attention to the displeased expression of the emperor's face, deciding that she should intervene. Smiling slightly and knocking a cup on a saucer, the older sister politely asked the girls to stop. Two princesses immediately fell silent, not wanting to enable the elder, because of which they hastened to apologize excitedly. Then Bridget turned to her father, saying that the conversation about her abilities brought her to an interesting thought. After all, he is interested in the restructuring of Hataluna and in work on new projects. This came to her ears. People from the council do not know how to keep their mouths. But not so long ago, her interest was aimed at this sphere. If her modest abilities are enough, she would like to participate in everything that concerns the Haldan. Hearing this, Yvonne realized the true reason why her older sister came to visit her. Bridget wanted to demonstrate her political instinct to her father and get projects for the manager of her. With an indifferent look, the girl thought that her sister wants to use her to achieve her goals. Having touched on the topic that she cannot stand, Bridget wants to see her father's discontent towards Ivan. Most likely, as in a past life, she wants to substitute the youngest, so that no one interferes with her to get the throne. Having a sip of tea, the princess thought that this time she would not succeed so easily, because she would fight. Meanwhile, the emperor answered the eldest daughter that he noticed how much she was interested in learning about the project. Then he began to talk about slums in the east of the 14th district, relocating to the mastered territories in the south of the 27th district. Bridget enthusiastically stated that the idea of her father was really brilliant, while Isven knew that it would be a failure. The older sister continued to say that the 14th district has long played the role of protection against monsters. At present, evil in the east has disappeared, but in the south, attacks of various monsters suddenly became more frequent. So this time, it is worth moving the poor there, and the 27th district will be an obstacle. Desmond replied that she was so insightful. Everything immediately realized that he was making him proud of his daughter. At that very moment, Bridget cast a cursory glance towards Ivan, wanting to see dissatisfaction on her face. However, the girl with a calm look continued to drink tea, not wanting to get into their conversation yet. The eldest was only at hand, so she asked, "They cannot love some uninitiated lands." Eves froze, asking herself that if the poor population does not pay tax, it is not enough that they will take the land from them. They will not only use people as a shield, and even make them work, making real slaves from them. However, early, you need to restrain yourself, because if it intervenes now, it will only set your father against himself. Throwing another cursory glance at her younger sister, Bridget thought that this time she was holding for a long time. Then she again turned to her father, saying that the poor from the slum is also subjects of the empire, but did not pay taxes. They must find a way how to wrap their work for the benefit of the empire, and it already has some thoughts. Now the poor need housing and work. In the masters, housing can be provided at a low percentage, and having registered in the Imperial Labor Center, people will freely get a workplace. Thus, they will manage to compensate for all the costs that will go to the purchase and maintenance of housing. Bridget prepared in advance for this conversation, knowing that her arguments would be able to convince her father to agree with her. The emperor seriously thought about giving housing, registering in the labor center, and providing work. In this case, they will fulfill their duty to the empire, and at the same time, everything will be absolutely legal and legally. Ivan doubted that this is a good way, because after registration, it would be impossible to evade taxes. Having driven people a deadly place for them will not only be used as a shield, but also collect taxes. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the voice of Eve, saying that he did not agree, because then the inhabitants of the slum would refuse to relocate. An evil smirk appeared on the face of Bridget immediately when she waited for her sister's reaction. In turn, his father slowly turned towards Ivan, showing dissatisfaction with his whole appearance. When the princess voiced her thoughts, silence came, when suddenly Bridget asked her to continue. Eve said that in the east it is now safe, and if they move south, they will again take on the role of the shield. She asked if they think that people would be so simply accepted. Work and housing are important, but not at the cost of their own life. Hearing such a statement, the emperor lowered his head, thinking about the wise words of the youngest daughter. Meanwhile, the Ivan continued, saying that it would be bad if the army moves people against their will. This will irreversibly and negatively affect the reputation of the emperor, who should help the people. Silence again collapsed onto the room, during which Desmond crossed his arms over his chest, thinking about it. Evans guiltily lowered her head, recalling her father's angry face from a past life, not wanting to see him again. Closing her eyes, the princess did not doomedly thought that she could not allow these events to repeat again. Suddenly, Brit's voice brought her out of sad thoughts, who asked what she was offering in this case, and does she really want to say in this way that it is better to flatterly refuse the development of these lands? For some time, Ivan was silent, trying to choose the words, and Bridget decided that she could win. But as soon as she wanted to take a sip of tea, she suddenly froze when the younger sister gave her voice. With a confident look, Yvonne said that she has a plan that is ideal for both people and the empire. She explained that now the most important is the safety of life, and there is a way to ensure safe living. Even without the construction of military facilities and sending an army there, they will be able to implement it. The princess said in a confident tone that it can be built on the border of the house for imperial knights. Such a statement dumbfounded not only the emperor and the personal knights who stood next to them. The Yvonne continued, saying that even if there are a tenth of the knights in it there, they will be able to protect themselves. Desmond thought again, after which he smiled, and answering that this method of implementation is very good. He pointed a finger at Bridget, saying that still, according to the plan, it was necessary to build houses for the poor. Not if the homunculus dies. His house will again go into the property of the empire. And this is an excellent idea. While Evening smiled and said that her father was flattering her, the older sister watched this picture displeasedly. Then she turned to Ivan, saying that it was very unexpected to hear something similar from her mouth. This is a haven for knights serving the emperor himself, and she wants to build them in a similar place. Ive thought that she was trying to complain again, after which she asked, "Unless the empire is not more important than the honor of homunculi." A contented emperor nodded his head, while Bridget said that she really became a real princess. Even with a smile on her face, she thanked her, thought that it was good that she led to words about honor. However, human rights are definitely more important than the benefit of the empire. Everyone needs food, clothes, and a blood. Therefore, in this way, homunculi will receive basic rights, and this will be her first step to fulfill the plan. Desmond turned his gaze from his eldest daughter, asking Ivan if she has any other ideas. He would like to listen to more of her proposals on this project. Meanwhile, Bridget shouted her gaze. Having decided not to pay attention to it, Eve smiled sweetly, answering that she had a few more suggestions. After a couple of hours, the princess led the guest to the exit, wishing her father and sisters a safe road. When the girl returned to the house, the first thing he tiredly flopped onto the sofa while the maid cleaned the cups. At that very moment, Michael approached her, immediately asking about the rights of homunculi, whom Eves wanted to achieve. Yvonne hastened to ask how other knights reacted to her great plans. The guy replied that one facial expression did not change, two more looked depressed, and one smiled. The girl noticed that smiling because of this was at least strange, after which she asked who it was. Michael immediately replied that it was a personal knight, the third princess, who was always grinning. At that very moment, a knock on the door was heard, and after which the maid entered, saying that Sir Halstein had returned. When asked what happened, Ryan replied that he needed to find a tape, which was dropped by the third princess. She replied that she was not here, but he wants to check in person. Eve decided that it would be better to just accept it. A minute later, a smiling guy entered the room, again greeting the seventh princess. Sitting on the couch, the girl laid her hands on her knees, asking him to make sure that there was no tape and leave. The knight immediately began to look around, asking him to treat with understanding, because he wants there to be no doubt. After he looked around, the guy sat on his knee, said that he might be mistaken, and then asked for forgiveness. Suddenly, he held out his hand, asking him to take a sincere apology for rudeness, and began to wait for an answer. At that moment, the princess cursed etiquette, which did not allow her to abandon the manifestation of politeness. She held out her hand in response, after which the knight gently took it and kissed it, making the situation awkward. Such an action on his part caused a shock not only in Ivan, but also by Michael, who was struck by his insolence. As soon as Halstein finished, he immediately raised his head and smiled sweetly, and Yvonne did not understand that it was. Then he apologized for allowing himself to be too much. He was too excited about the honor of kissing her hand. Having twisted his hand, the embarrassed girl asked him to step. He continued to smile, agreed with her request. The knight slowly headed for the exit, when suddenly he froze, after which he turned around, giving everyone a grin. Evans and Michael looked after him displeasedly. This action left a terrible impression of this guy. Having clenched his teeth, the knight Eve said that it was necessary to twist his wrist so that he would continue to know his place. Wiping her hand with a handkerchief, the girl replied that she should not touch the personal knight of the third princess. The guy said that it was not like he did it by order. Ivan was surprised at such an assumption. In truth, at first she thought that Betty was thus trying to hurt her, and then he conceived something else. Elijah, knowing how much Bridget is experienced in relations with men, made a lot of effort. The reason to attract her attention is obvious. The sister at the moment is the most promising candidate for the throne, and such a sneaking type now built her eyes. Because of this, she was completely incomprehensible to the motives of his behavior. You can say for sure that it is unpleasant. If it is mistaken, the situation can become very problematic. Michael remembered the princess, who held out his hand that time, and now the knight, who himself asks his hand. The Yvonne laughed awkwardly, thinking that members of the imperial family see homunculi only as things. The princess hastened to reassure him, saying that she was not going to challenge anyone in such things. The guy replied that he thought that she had just had to participate in this, and she decided to turn into a quarrel. Eves agreed, adding that she would still have to get involved in something like that, since he is her personal knight. Michael was surprised to observe the expression on the mistress's face, who acquired maximum seriousness. He thought that it was a joke, after which he said that he should be morally prepared for this. Yvonne said that she did not plan to use it as a bet, even if the struggle is inevitable. The knight decided to ask how in this case she would do. At the same moment, the princess turned abruptly to him. Eve was confident in her abilities, so she stated that she would definitely win, whatever it should be. Then, her face was painted with a smile when she said that she could not lose him, so she would not give it to anyone. Hearing such speeches, Michael was surprised to think that she really completely captured him. The next day, they headed to the city, helping the children from the shelter, who joyfully waved their hands. Walking around the city, Ivan said that she realized why Lord Radmon told them to wear comfortable clothes. With a smile, looking at the knight, she stated that she could not expect that he would get along with her children so well. The guy replied that, as the director of the shelter said, they looked like angels, and he was glad that he was useful. Suddenly, the girl froze, saying that it was a pity that it was so quickly returning, although it was still quite early. Pointing to the crowded square, the princess suggested looking at the city because they just fall into the festival. Noticing smiling people and joyful exclamations, the knight was fascinated by such a proposal. Then he blushed and cleared his throat, answering that if the princess wanted that, they should go there. When they headed forward, Eve decided to ask if he would continue to call her princess outside the palace. Such a question was discouraged by Michael, who asked in an uncertain tone, "What should she be called then?" The girl joyfully replied that he could call her Willow. Such a proposal forced the knight to be surprised. At this time, Yvonne literally sparkled with joy, waiting for her personal knight to say this. Gathering his thoughts, the guy took a deep breath, after which, blushing, her name said barely audibly. When she heard this, the smile immediately slipped from her face, remembering that Michael turned to her so in his last life. Then the princess smiled awkwardly, saying that this is how he could call her herself outside the palace. Then they headed to the city, enjoying each other's company, and try various street foods. Suddenly, they turned around when they heard someone turn to the gentleman who watched the performance of the Pegasus Theater. The herald loudly announced that the best singer of their theater had prepared a solo performance specially for them. Hearing that the singer would speak now, the Yvonne was immediately interested, and she wanted to go to see. Suddenly, the princess froze when she heard somewhere nearby people who were displeased and curses. Some girl screamed that she did not want, after which she loudly demanded to remove her dirty hands from her. Suddenly, this stranger ran towards Yvonne, saying that she would not do as he would say. But as soon as she began to look forward, Ivy immediately appeared in front of her, which did not have time to dodge. After a moment, they nevertheless collided. The stranger immediately collapsed to the ground, and Michael managed to catch Yvonne. The man immediately began to ask whether she was in order. She answered in the affirmative, without taking his eyes off the girl. At that very moment, a loud voice of a disgruntled man was heard from around the corner, who asked her not to dare to feel sorry. Then he added that Riemann herself refused such a chance when he heard this name. Yvonne shocked. She could not believe that right in front of her was the best singer of the empire, whose voice was incomparable. The princess was delighted, because she had records of her songs, although she was a small fan of music. When she was ill, she calmed down, listening to her voice. But now, apparently, she is still not known to anyone. At that moment, a shock appeared on Ramona's face when she heard that someone had already begun to sing on stage. She turned around in horror, not wanting to believe her eyes in what is happening now, because it was her performance. The severity of what was happening immediately pressed on her, because of which she slowly sank to her knees due to despair. At first she drooped, after which she began to get angry, loudly cursing the person from whom she had just fled. She was so torn and screamed that she did not notice how she cried, continuing to pour the bastard with mud. Swallowing her nose, she was surprised to turn towards the girl, who decided to ask what had happened. Riemann noticed a sweet smiling Yvonne, who handed her a scarf to her so that she could put herself in order. Having accepted the scarf, the girl, still with tears in her eyes, thanked her, said that her name is Riemann Rund. Today she was supposed to stand on that stage, but the son of the theater owner acted in a very terrible way. Hugging the princess, she loudly stated that he had kicked her out because she refused to be a couple with him. Noticing this rudeness, Michael immediately decided to ask if she knew who was standing in front of her, but the Evens stopped him. Hugging the singer, the princess thought that she also had to overcome a lot before becoming a star. Also, as her songs gave her comfort, now she can give comfort to her, or maybe something more. A few minutes later, the princess decided to ask if Riemann was getting better. She answered in the affirmative, after which she added that it was not in the rules of her people to simply accept someone's help. With an awkward look, Ivan thought that now she could not reveal itself. Besides, there is a more important problem. Gently putting her hands on the singer's shoulders, Eve said that she seemed to still need little help. Ryman asked not to regret her, because here this happens constantly, so she is in perfect order. And friendly tone, Yvonne asked how she would be treated, that if it was not pity, but real help. The girl immediately turned her head, answering that she could not help her, even if she really wants to. Smiling, the princess said that she would not be so sure of that, and it was worth trying to solve the problem. An hour later, Riemann was already on stage, captivating the audience with her magnificent voice. At this time, the man to whom she refused asked the owner of the theater why sings Riemann. Being among the spectators, Michael asked Ivan if she always helps the first person in this way. Yves let it give an affirmative answer, because to sponsor talented artists is one of the duties of the August. At that very moment, the knight asked how she found out about the talent of Ramona. If she had never heard her, Eve immediately froze, even winked at him, stuttering that this was all her intuition. She never mistaken in such things. At that very moment, Riemann finished singing, after which the herald said that she was completing their performance. Suddenly, the artist noticed a girl among the crowd, who was able to influence her on stage. As soon as she went down from the stage, she immediately decided to catch up with them until they went too far. Guessing why she was suddenly invited to speak, Riemann asked if she helped her. Avea gave an affirmative answer, coming closer to the artist, so that someone outsider would not hear their conversation. Riemann wanted to ask how she succeeded, after which she began to twirl her head, deciding that it did not matter. Suddenly, she grabbed the princess by the hand, demanding to tell her name, which meant so much for her. She begged to name him, because the girl saved her career, and she does not even know the name of her savior. Ivan was surprised, because even Stella never held her hand. She was embarrassed, but generally nice. Suddenly she smiled, blushing slightly, after which she said that her name was Eve Chloe, deciding not to reveal herself. At that very moment, Michael approached the princess, saying that it was time for them to return, as it began to get dark. Eves agreed, after which she turned to the artist, said that they would definitely see her. She agreed. After that, the princess and their knight went back to the palace under the escorting gaze of Ramona. 5 minutes later, they got to the carriage, while the girl climbed inside, said that her song was magnificent. The princess was pleased today, after which she stated that everything would be even better in the future. Eve was also well remembered by Ramona, who with warmth in the soul will remember this sudden meeting. The carriage was a leisurely step, and only the knock of the hooves of horses, which brought the owners home, was heard. Evans looked out the window, thinking about the events of the past day. She could not but be proud of what she had done today. She also remembered that the owner of the theater confirmed in writing that she would observe a clause on confidentiality. If they find out that the imperial family is associated with a commoner, there will be nothing good, and one day it will be revealed. Therefore, it is better to hide it from curious eyes. Meanwhile, Michael noticed that Eve thought. Then he said that he thought that only he was allowed to contact her informally, but an exception appeared. The princess smiled, answering that he was talking to her so much, so she did not even think about it somehow. The knight said that it was like communication of commoners. The girl did not understand what he meant. Then he directly asked if she had noticed that she had just had a friend. Such a question was surprised by Even. The princess replied that this could well be, after which she lowered her head, thinking about this question. Maybe she did not specifically reveal Ramona and who she is. It was done not only for the sake of confidentiality. Perhaps she just wanted the singer to communicate with her as well as next time, as today. Suddenly, she looked in surprise at Michael, who looked drooping despite the situation. The girl smiled affectionately, after which she decided to ask if he had friends or friends. Such a question caught the guy by surprise. He looked away, after which he thought for a few seconds, looking for an answer. With a questioning look, the princess continued to smile, dutifully waiting for the knight's answer. After 2 hours, Michael returned to his chambers, but he went slowly so as not to wake sleeping comrades. Suddenly, he drew attention to Millard, with a note, surprisingly saying that he was quite early today. The guy clarified that he had not returned to midnight for a long time. The interlocutor grinned, clarifying that he was like that every 2 days. Michael looked in surprise at his comrade, not knowing that there were days when he did not spend the night here at all. A guy with silver hair and bruises on his neck said that the White Rose of the Empire was no different from others. Then he asked if Isvan the same. Michael frowned, answering that he was crossing the line. Suddenly, Millard shuddered, realizing that he blurted out unconsciously, after which he explained that he had agreed. Michael decided to enter his position, realizing that he was very tired, serving Rosie since he was so mistaken. Having opened the curtains, he asked his comrade to relax, offering to practice in the day on swords. He agreed. After that, Michael lay in his bed, arguing over the events that occurred today. Then he looked at Millard, after which he remembered the question of Yvonne about whether he had friends. He was taught that homunculi had no affection, and he believed that it should be so. The next day there was a meeting of the council, which was attended by various gentlemen, including the emperor. The Marquis Remitiello said that he understands why the emperor invited the seventh princess today. One of the members of the Supreme Council issued a verdict that this girl is very gifted and wise, contrary to age. The emperor agreed, saying that recently she was proud of, and this she proposed a policy of resettlement. The man shuddered, replied that he heard that this was a princess's plan, but he thought that he was offered by the third princess. However, not only he thought so, the rest thought too, and no one could believe that everything was different. The homon immediately began, during which everyone discussed such an unexpected news that surprised everyone. The Ivan drooped slightly, realizing that Betty turned out everything that way, but now everything would be different. The emperor was interested in what they came across a similar thought, because as he said, it was Ivan. Previously, she argued fiercely during tea drinking, and now her words will be written and transmitted to important people. The fact that Bridget tried to appropriate her idea to herself will be scolded by the lips of scribes and legislators and advice. After a while, the meeting was over, and the princess said goodbye to every ostentatious master. When it ended, Ivan literally glowed with happiness, thinking that now Betty's reputation is under threat. But it also meant that the third princess would not sit back and look at the triumph of his sister. During the meeting, they wanted to discuss ways to use sandworms to create fertile soil. Bridget was surprised by such a strange topic, which is why she asked who dared to leave such nonsense. Then the girl asked to convey, "Let them come and say for themselves, and do not ask the Marquis to represent them." Seeing the displeased face of the man, the third princess grinned, saying her last word. But at the same second, the Marquis said that the author of the plan for relocation to the border proposed this. The girl's eyes widened when she realized that Island offered it. No, she did not understand how they found out. He added that he thought that it was originally a plan of the third princess, but almost came to his own mistake. Elijah opened the window, decided that it was better to behave quieter. The aroma is so sharp that it is impossible to breathe. Bridget watched the flowers drown in pink fluid, and she herself asked how she dared to disgrace her. After all, she had to sit in the corner and portray a smart one. But it turned out that Eve did not know her place. Clutching the flower petals in her hands, the third princess said that her sister would regret that she was sticking into politics. Ivan knew that Betty would not sit back and would soon begin to act, so she should protect himself. The next morning, Michael entered the living room, bowing low and greeting Her Highness. Eves reciprocated, saying that there was time left before leaving, so she called them to talk. The knight froze, carefully considering the princess, noting that today she looks somehow different. He decided to voice this that today she was especially beautiful, but he was wondering what it was connected with. The Ivan replied that she heard that the knights were proud of serving someone truly beautiful, and therefore came in. Having offered him to sit down, the princess added that she had an effort to instill a sense of devotion into him. Then she asked him to taste tea. He immediately, which she raised with his own hands, she had a whole garden. Michael, Stella, and 3 servants said that the tea was very tasty, because he was cooked by Her Highness. The knight carefully watched the princess, who was in a raised mood, and smiled sweetly. He later asked that he did not know her plans, but today, by chance, is there any important ball or banquet? Stella replied that today there would be a regular tea party. This is a meeting place for the most influential women. This is an event that adult princesses gather to discuss political issues. So they say, but this is only a cover. In fact, princesses gather there and discuss secret topics. And the main one is the assessment of personal knights. So the rule arose, not bringing knights with them. Sometimes it reached extremely, and the princess exchanged vulgar details with each other. Eve could only imagine what would have to appear before the sisters and Roseneat, feeling fatigue. The princesses cannot be for a tea party with a personal knight. Apparently, I forgot to give him a schedule for today. Looking at Michael, Ivan realized that he did not understand why he should not go to this event with her. She decided to change the topic, said that for today his work is finished, and he is free doing what he wants. He calmly agreed, clarifying that he would be in the Closo arena, so she could call him anyway. After 20 minutes, Eves recalled Michael's words, not understanding why it was today that they sounded so seriously. Betty also behaved suspiciously quietly, but it was clear that she was furious due to destroyed plans. In her place, she would certainly take revenge on the offender. Then she asked Hugh if he had forgotten her order. The guy specified that he should immediately inform her if something happens to Sir Agnito. The princess politely asked him to be on the alert, especially today. He bowed, answering that he understood everything. Looking after the departing servant, Ivan uneasily asked himself if everything would be all right with him and Michael. Meanwhile, the knight, with a dull look and crossed hands, watched the training of other homunculi. He thought that sparring alone causes no one to anyone, but there was one nuance in this. They do not notice the environment, completely concentrating on one opponent, which is not always effective. After all, if someone intervenes in the battle, the end is inevitable. At such a pace, they will simply begin to kill them in the back. At that very moment, Millard approached him, saying that today he was again surprisingly released early. Sylvestian decided to ask what he was so seriously thinking about. He did not train, but only observes. Michael calmly replied that he thinks that homunculi are not capable of a joint attack from different sides. And this was a completely expected remark, because usually personal knights train exclusively one-on-one. Then he translated the topic, asked if Sylvestian knows that the production of magic stone has declined. He answered with agreement, because he is extracted from crystals into which the earth around the defeated dragon turns. So soon you will have to go in search of a dragon. The army will be collected from homunculi and the guard. Michael explained that everyone will fight one by one, so now, in any case, they will die. Then the man realized why there were so many homuncles recreated a rebuild during the dragon hunting period. While he was saying this, he noticed Sylvestian's surprised look, so he decided to ask what they were so. Millard replied that this was amazing, because it seems to him that he was sincerely worried about other homunculi. Such a remark could surprise Michael himself, who asked himself why he was worried about them. The Knight of the White Rose decided to leave the guy with his thoughts, saying that he would go a little to practice. As soon as he left, two unfamiliar homuncles who turned to him approached Michael. He tried to look restrained, but sensed that something was wrong here, but still asked what happened. One of the guys replied that some were looking for him, after which he ordered him to follow them this second. Michael wanted to know who was looking for him to hear that the imperial family was looking for him, but they cannot say more. Such an answer forced the knight to strain, but he could not reproduce the orders of the August, following them. They still did it right during the tea-drinking princesses to catch him alone away from Ivan. Now he asked only one question what they needed from him, while four led a relaxed conversation. The guy thought that he was brought in a thick boile. The Glee observer would not get to such a place. He also noticed that it was suspiciously quiet, so they probably installed a sound barrier. He heard that members of the imperial family torment the personal knights of their relatives in order to put pressure on the owners. Perhaps it is better to let it be so, because if the goal is he, then the princess will probably not be touched, because it is more important. A few minutes later, they were blocked by the prince and princess, behind which there were personal knights. The sixth Princess Stephania said that it was annoying, asking why Betty makes her do it. The sixth Prince Derek asked her to calm down, because Bridget will soon become a crown prince, and they need her trust. Hearing their brief dialogue, Michael immediately realized that it was revenge for that plan with relocation. The homunculus who took Michael from training reported to the princess, after which they were recalled. Then the girl gave the knight a smug and arrogant look, pointing to him by a fan, and ordering to come closer. Michael was surprised how clearly they thought out the plan to call it, and using these two homunculi. Observing etiquette, the guy knelt down and lowered his head, greeting the sixth princess. He introduced himself as a friend, heard Derek's voice, who ordered him to freeze and not dare to rise. The prince turned to the riddle and the demolition that were their personal knights. They immediately approached Michael. The prince ordered to hold it. They immediately agreed. This order set an alarm in the heart of the knight. Getting behind him, two homunculi would not allow Michael to escape or contrast anything. The screw leaned slightly, with a whisper, saying that it would be better for everyone if it sits on both knees. Turning around, Michael replied that only the emperor and his lady have the right to communicate with him, as if with a slave. This did not impress the girl, who, together with her friend, literally pressed the guy to the ground. Their pressure was so strong that the knee on which Michael stood immediately began to bleed. Stefania, who watched him, slowly went to the knight, putting the fan to his chin. She immediately asked if he knew why he was brought here. The guy tried not to express any emotions, so he replied that he could not know the answer to this question. The girl replied that rumors walk around the palace that Eve copes poorly with the training of her personal knight, and she is very worried about a stupid sister, so she could not help me on behalf of all her sisters. Michael replied that if in his service he made a mistake, let her tell him about her, and he will correct him. The princess froze, after which a smile appeared on her face, which did not omen anything good. Then she said that he became a personal knight of Eve's a whole month ago, and never spent the night with her. This could only mean that he did not train enough to be worthy of the service of the princess. Therefore, she noticed that the knight was not able to satisfy his mistress, so every night she lets him go. Michael immediately presented the innocent face of Ivan, knowing that the princess never used him for such a purpose. Derek added that he is not competent enough for a personal knight, and this will affect the reputation of their family. Stefania supported this, that the married homunculus was not a place in the imperial palace. If the homunculus does not cope with the duties assigned to him, by law he must pass a second assessment. If the role of a personal knight is beyond his strength, his status will be lowered, because of which he will no longer be able to serve. Derek smiled with a jammed offer his sister to create a suitable reason for leaving the palace. Having covered her lips by a fan, Stefania replied that her elder would have to take care of this. She would still thank them. After that, they unanimously concluded that it would be quite good to just break him a couple of bones. Michael understood that he was adjusted by his years, but his status did not allow him to withstand August. The princess turned to personal knights with an orderly tone, said that they know very well what to do. Caskeen and the screw began to slowly stretch the swords from the scabbard, glancing silently at Michael. The guy understood that he also needed to get a sword, but at the same moment he froze, realizing this mistake. If in the absence of the owner he reveals his sword, they can accuse him of a threat to the life of the prince and princess. Then their violence would be justified. He had no choice but to let go of the handle and wait for his fate. Seeing the reaction of the knight, Stefania and Derek smiled maliciously, clearly realizing that he would not do anything to them. The knights looked at each other, while Michael thought that he had no choice but to survive. Meanwhile, the 7 princesses gathered at the same table, enjoying the delicious tea and the company of each other. The first Princess Roxandra said that in a month she had not used the night services of the night. The second Princess Corolla asked how this is possible, because if she does not know how to use it, it is worth intervening. The event became embarrassed, she of course suggested, but they really openly discuss bedding. She is not very surprised precisely because all family members use knights as bed slaves. Eves was thinking that as soon as he became crown princess, the Institute of Personal Knights would immediately remove. The fourth Princess Hesia asked if her homunculus had some kind of defect in this regard, hearing a negative answer. The fifth Princess Iseal, having heard this, decided that the sisters still spent a look after the imprint. The Yvonne answered in the affirmative, thought that if she was telling the truth, they would raise excess noise again. Iseal said that she was lying, because if she liked him, she would not send him to her every night. Bridget agreed with her sister, after which, with a smile on her face, she asked if they were teaching him for Ivan. Such a statement caused a second shock to Eve, after which she glanced in displeasure towards the older sister. In response, she saw only a malicious smirk, because Bridget was used to the fact that no one dares to argue with her. Then she asked not to look at her like that, because it was just a joke that she did not appreciate. Eve turned to all sisters, with a smile on her face, thanking them, but she herself will cope with her knight. Until Michael does something that violates the honor and oath of the knight, she is not going to talk about his problems. She especially did not want to do this to strangers, so she asked to treat with understanding. Leaning back in the chair, Bridget offered to change the topic and talk about something else. Smiling, she suggested discussing how the amount of magical stone extracted increased. Even was surprised, because she was aware of what to talk about it here, in the absence of a father. A waste of time. She tried to understand the motives of her sister when she suddenly heard the loud sound of the Hugo, which she would not want to hear. The princess realized that they really decided to get to Michael in her absence, as she expected. She was afraid that Michael again declare herself as the king of homunculi, after which she would arrange an uprising. After all, her good relationship may not be enough. If this goes, not only her family will be threatened. With an indifferent look, she thought that she urgently needed Michael. But now it was difficult. Sisters seemed to be specifically trying to pull time in any way, so as not to let it out. Looking at the older sister, Yvonne was completely sure that all this was her hand, and she was the instigator. At that very moment, the princess began to look for a retreat path in order to escape from tea drinking as soon as possible. Suddenly, she was illuminated by the thought of just linging them. She would not only have time, but Betty could not stop her. Fortunately, it seems that other sisters have nothing to do with it, because they behaved too relaxed and tired. Therefore, it remains only to deal with the leader and accomplices, without harm to other sisters. Yvonne began to whisper the spell, while Bridget spoke about the life of thousands of homunculi, when she suddenly hesitated. Flowing the temple, the older sister asked what she stopped at. Hestia was surprised to ask if everything was in order. Bridget decided not to answer this question, instead of which she looked at Evans, who calmly drank tea. She saw a thin thread of magic when she suddenly realized that her younger sister decided to conjure her. The eldest jumped up, deciding to declare the actions of 4, but the girl whispered that it was already too late. After these words, Bridget immediately lost consciousness, with a loud knock lowering her head on the table. Hessia and Isel also felt sharp drowsiness, but they did not respond so violently and began to fall asleep. The sisters, who watched what was happening, did not understand what happened, while 4 rose from their seat. She said that they fell asleep because the topic was too boring, so you can finish the tea party. Without suspecting anything, other girls agreed that it was time to finish, as they themselves were bored. The smiling Ivan said that she had an urgent business. Therefore, if they do not mind, she would leave first. After these words, the princess headed towards the balcony, confidently opening the door, under the surprised glances of the sisters. Rosie, who looked after her, reminded her that the door was on the other side, but she ignored her. Grabbing the railing, Ivan jumped off the balcony because she had a catastrophically little time for descent. With the help of magic, she sank to the ground, thinking that she was in a hurry to use the door. Now she only thought about her knight, who was in trouble, so she mentally asked him to wait. Meanwhile, Michael took the sword without pulling it out of the scabbard, after which he began to wait for the first step of the opponents. If he is injured and he will not recover, then he will be reduced in office and retrained to the lower rank. Now he cursed everything in the world, because he was not in this position if he could use his sword. Michael would have given everything if the princess would be here right now, but it would be comparable to the miracle. Suddenly, Riveri Kari said that he was unpleasant to say this, but it would be better if he gives his left hand. The knight frowned, since he could not afford to happen, otherwise he would be unclenched. He has 2 options. Allow them to cut off their hand and live a miserable life, working in a mine in the extraction of stones. And the second option is to resist this and escape. But there is an unpleasant pitfall. After all, after that, he will be accused of trying to harm the members of the imperial family and then brutally executed. Both options were terrible, but if he chooses the second, at least he will not regret his act. Michael will not be able to harm the imperial family, and no matter how he would like to, he will not be able to get to them. But he can still capture their personal knights. But in this case, in the end, he will show his strength. And if he delivers problems, then Evie will be responsible for everything. This will give the enemies the opportunity to attack. He tried to make a choice for a few seconds, after which he threw the sword to the ground, stretching out his hand in front of him. The guy decided that it was worthwhile at least once in his life, like a real knight, remaining faithful to Yvonne. Michael asked Ravater what he was waiting for. The knight replied that he would try to do it quickly, without extra hassle. The next second, he raised his sword, aiming him in Michael, who had closed his eyes before. At that moment, he thought about the princess, and that it was his gratitude to her for showing him this world. Suddenly, somewhere on top, there was a crack that made all those present startle. They noticed that the barrier was pierced. At the same moment, he flew out of him, using his magic. The girl landed in front of her knight, closing him from right, who was dumbfounded by her appearance. At that moment, her face expressed only anger. She asked the knight as he dares with an imperious and cold voice. Rhymedine and the screw immediately staggered, after which they bowed low, politely welcoming her highness. Michael could not believe his eyes, because he did not hope that she had time to come at the very last moment. She saw his doomed look and a battered look, but the next second her eyes darted towards the sword. She was shocked by the fact that he did not dare to fight back and abandoned his sword, although he had to come earlier. Then she turned sharply, glancing at her brother and sister, who shuddered, seeing the displeased expression on the face of Eve. The girl frowned, slowly said that she had a general idea of what was happening here. Looking at the frightened relatives, she said that they called Michael here to attack him. She was very interested in what nonsense they decided to blame him for. Stefania immediately began to make excuses. The princess said that it was generous on their part, so she decided to see what he had learned. Judging by the state of his knees, they must have taught him to stand on them on a bed of sharp stones. Eve also noticed that he fought with their personal knights. It was 2-for-1 battle, and he did not even get a weapon. On the other hand, their knights laid out in full, even used the energy of their sword to fight him. She then stated that they were going to accuse him of trying to harm the imperial family. This would have happened as soon as Michael would have pulled out his sword. Realizing that they were revealed, Stephanie and Derek trembled. Having passed it to Michael, she said that having lived all her life in the imperial palace, she understood one thing. This place is an endless battlefield, and avoiding conflicts is not always the best option. It was her lesson for him. Suddenly, she ordered him to pacify 2 knights who decided to raise the sword against him. Stefania began to be indignant, not believing that his sister stood so much from her personal knight. At that very moment, Michael began to take the sword out of the scabbard with a smile on his face, agreeing with her order. Seeing the happy expression on the guy's face, the princess could not help but smile. I rejoiced that she had time on time. Then she turned her head towards the relatives, who in turn lowered their heads. Having slapped her hands and took a friendly look, Ivan sweetly stated that she would deal with them with 2. At this moment, it was they who were in a disadvantage and tried to find a way to hush up the matter. Eve took out the observer golem, whom she picked up along the way, asking who persuaded them to this. At that very moment, Stefania replied that it was Bridget. Then she asked what she ordered them to do. The girl replied that she ordered them to make sure that her personal knight was removed from her position. She wanted them to inflict serious injuries to him. Then he would be considered incapable to fulfill his duties. And if he grabs the sword or move on, she ordered him to accuse him of trying to harm the imperial family. She preferred the last option, so she told them to provoke him so that he himself attacked them. Suddenly, Derek shouted loudly that it was Betty's idea. He and Stefania did only what they were told. If she is still angry with them, then they can punish their personal knights, because for this they are here. Stefania strictly asked anyone not to report this, otherwise her negotiations on marriage could break. Really asked Her Highness to punish them. They will accept any punishment if it is calm for her anger. The Yvonne replied that, contrary to their requests, she would not punish them, and for that, the good reason in the person of their owners. Looking at her brother and sister, she said that instead of protecting their knights, they use them as a shield. She is not going to punish the knights instead of them. It is unfair that they become victims of quarrels between them. After all, they just fulfill their orders. Having heard these words, both knights froze in surprise. Eve said that she has everything that was recorded from the observations of Golem. She will keep a secret that it was today. Stefania and Derek immediately shone with joy. He saw that this would become public. But at the same moment, the princess indicated that this would be only on one condition. They should apologize to Michael. Stefania's face grimaced immediately when she heard that they had to apologize to the homunculus. The dumbfounded princess thought that Isan was just an alchemist loan, but, as it turned out, was completely mad. For a second, Ivan drooped, after which she fixed a formidable look at her sister, ordering her to ask for forgiveness. The girl immediately spread her hands, answering that she could ask her, but the homunculus will be too difficult. The princess again repeated her demand, not going to take her words, waiting for the fulfillment of the condition. Stefania began to understand that in this situation, she could not oppose anything to her sister. With an uncertain and barely audible voice, she began to apologize to Michael for pestering him. Derek bowed, also apologizing, add her to hope that he would be condescending to them. Looking at them from top to bottom, the knight answered in an indifferent tone that he forgives them and does not hold evil. At that moment, they understood that their honor and dignity collapsed, and for a long time they could not wash themselves from this. Passing them, Yvonne said that he hopes that today they have learned the lesson, and henceforth would think with their heads. Any stupid tricks that they try to play with her lead only to unpleasant consequences. Looking at the screw, the Yvonne asked her whether she said everything correctly. She immediately agreed with her words. The princess raised her head up, saying that they had erected an excellent barrier. It's a pity that for malicious goals. Looking at the knight, Derek even said that there was no guilt in what happened today, even though they were here. Therefore, she hopes that Rimini and the screw will not reproach themselves for this, because in general, they acted correctly. Then, the princess said that she would like to leave now, asking to open the barrier. The screw immediately obeyed. Yvonne was glad that she managed to save her knight and punished her brother and sister, having mined the evidence. Then she told Michael that it was time for them to return. He agreed, and they headed to the palace. Stefania and Derek shook with indignation, only thinking that today's humiliation should not go out. Yvonne and Michael slowly walked through the forest, getting out to the exit. They were silent, and everyone thought about what had happened. The girl shuddered, feeling the gaze of a knight who did not take her eyes off her. She stopped, asking that, before she came, why he did not use his sword. Turning, Even began to explain to him that he was strong and could settle everything if he had taken out the sword. But he was completely defenseless when she found him, so she did not understand why he did not stand for himself. For a few seconds, the guy was silent, trying to choose the words, after which he replied that this was the best that he could do. Eve asked to explain in more detail why he decided that nothing would be done. He replied that she knew what would happen if he had been accused of trying to harm August. He did not want to give her enemies a chance to destroy these plans, so he came to the conclusion that the best option is obedience. The knight believed that this was the right act, but the princess thought completely differently, and it frustrated her. The girl asked if he remembered how she told him that she would do everything possible to protect him. Saying this, she had in mind those situations when he himself creates problems, even if it was not his fault. He can fight back when he is in danger, and she, in turn, will take care of the consequences. Then, for a few seconds, they carefully looked into each other's eyes, fixing their trusting relationship. Suddenly, Michael asked, "Do she have power in the palace?" This question was very painfully hit by Yvonne on self-esteem. She replied that it was painful, because she has some influence. She was still a princess. The knight realized that this offended her, after which he began to ask for forgiveness, although his face expressed nothing. The girl replied that everything was in order, after which she turned her face away, trying not to show any emotions. Michael fell sharply and suddenly to his knees, which caused a strong surprise among the princess, who did not expect this. Yvonne immediately asked what he was doing. Then she noticed his bleeding knee, ordering him to get up right now. After all, if he remembers that she is a princess, then she must listen to her when she orders him to get up. The guy continued to sit and tremble, while Ivy thought that he would be painful if he did not obey her. With a doomed look, she closed her eyes and stated that he won, after which she asked what he wanted to say. With a serious look, the guy replied that he had not made this decision before, because he did not trust her to the end. This is true. Now he admits that he had the wrong way of thinking, but now everything has changed. He knows that she does it for the sake of a great goal, but he was worried about her and underestimated her competence. The knight realized that it was wrong on his part. Yvonne was surprised that he was worried about her. She could not believe that Michael, who hates the Augusts with his whole soul, was worried about her. He did what he did because he was worried about her, but it was rude on his part and wanted to apologize. The princess also began to say that she forgives him and was not at all angry. The guy also thanked her for the salvation. He is alive because she came at the right time, and in a different situation, they would not communicate now. The Yvonne replied that she gave him a word that she would defend him, and only fulfilled her promise given earlier. Michael said that she did this despite the fact that it was difficult to restrain him, and from now on he would trust her. Clutching his hands into a fist, the princess asked himself if he was always such an honest and devoted person. Suddenly, the knight said that he suddenly realized that he was incredibly lucky to be her personal knight. Therefore, he wants to serve her with a sword with all his body and his whole soul, in the name of the good goals of Her Majesty. He is ready to conduct his service until she takes her honorable place on the throne and becomes an empress. The girl was touched by him with the words, answering that she was also grateful for the fact that she has such a faithful knight. She thought that the person who was a rebel in her past life decided to serve her now. Eve does everything correctly, suddenly remembering Michael's words from a past life that she should choose him. While the paintings surfaced in her memory, the guy called her, forcing her to start not to pay attention. He politely asked her hand, after which he kissed her, thus showing politeness and gratitude. Raising his head, the knight smiled that he was glad to serve her, after which he stated that she was his princess. Such words were dumbfounded by a girl who blushed immediately and smiled, and answering that she was also glad of this. When they returned to the palace, Yvonne immediately gathered her servant in the living room to discuss what had happened. After hearing them, Stella asked that they created a problem from the fact that they allegedly did not serve it at night. This is her fault that it came to this, adding that Her Highness should have paid more attention to rumors. Eve asked her not to worry, because they were determined to turn it into a problem at all costs. The maid replied that she had to do at least something so that the princess would not be insulted in this way. Then she said that she promises to work more diligently so that she no longer falls under the influence of such rumors. Already almost the time has come, so the maid suggested that the mistress eat in her bedroom. Today was a long and difficult day, so the princess thought that this could be a very good idea. As if inciting, Stella decided to ask if she wanted to share dinner with Sir Agnito alone. The guy was slightly surprised by the reputation of the maid, but he tried not to show any signs. He realized that they wanted him to share a meal with the princess in her bedroom, considering this part of his work. Rising from the sofa, the knight said that he did not mind joining her. The servant smiled maliciously. Two maids immediately jumped up, saying that in this case he should put himself in order before dinner. They dragged him to another room, after which they began to dress up and apply light makeup, doing everything possible. He believed that this was the best way to restore her honor in the palace, but whether the princess herself ordered. After 20 minutes, Stella invited Michael to the chambers of Yvonne, announcing that everything was ready and he could enter. With a calm look, the guy entered the room, hearing how the maid with a creak locked the door behind him. The guy saw in front of him a smiling girl in a light white sundress who was waiting for him. Without thinking twice, they sat opposite each other at the table, which was covered with food and several drinks. Dimensionally working with cutlery, Michael noticed that everything prepared was very tasty. Eve was happy that he liked everything, after which she suggested that they separate the meal with each other more often. The knight shuddered barely noticeably, after which he answered with a calm look that he did not mind if she did not mind. Hearing an affirmative answer, the princess smiled, fixing the fact that they will continue to be together. Looking at the satisfied face of Ivan, Michael realized that he had no idea what she had on her mind. Eve said that the sixth princess and the sixth prince will not cause problems for some time, because they scared them. Therefore, she will leave the records from the observations of Golem, because it is still too early to enter into a fight with Bridget. The guy asked if she was going to leave Golem. She replied that so far she was holding him in a bird cage. The knight asked, nothing would be for the fact that she illegally holds the property of the imperial palace. After all, sooner or later, someone will notice the loss, and its search will begin, which can bring them here. With the help of Mr. Elvin in the office of the Chamberlain of one tiny goal for observation, it will be enough. Eves replied that the Chamberlain was in the monarchical countries the court rank of senior rank, and the face with this rank. Michael replied that everything was true, but they could not keep him so forever, and sooner or later they will have to let go. The princess agreed, because it would be problematic if someone finds him in her bedroom or decides to steal. Then she asked him not to worry, because she had already come up with a plan, and she would do it later when there will be time. As soon as they finished dinner, The maids immediately took up the cleaning and release of the table for tea. Smiling, the princess said that she would give tea herself, so they can be free for today. The girls looked in surprise at the mistress, after which they smiled, wishing them good night. Michael was surprised at this at will, because it was still quite early for sleeping, and he needed to return. When the servants left, Eve said that now they can talk to a more comfortable environment and enjoy tea. After that, the girl began to measure the cups measuredly with aromatic liquid, which she cooked with her own hand. Noticing the transparent color of tea, the guy thought that usually personal knights serve the imperial family at night. But at the same time, he realized that the princess would never allow him to do something like that. Suddenly, the princess called him, said that, as he had already guessed, she wants to offer him something. With an awkward smile, the girl asked if he would not agree to stay with her to spend this night. When the guy heard this question, a grave silence came, which only increased tension. Michael's heart was pounded furiously while he was trying to realize the request of Ivan and what this was connected with. Remembering the events of today, he decided that it was not surprising to hear something similar from her. Swallowing, the knight suggested that he had no other choice but obediently obey her. With a sharp movement, in a gulp, he drank all the tea under the surprised look of Ivan, who knew that the tea was still hot. But then the guy jumped up from his place, turning to the princess, who did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he began to stretch the shirt, saying that if he understood it correctly, he would begin right now. The girl did not fully understand that he was going to start, and could not even imagine what he was thinking now. Michael replied that it would be better if she tells him at his preferences, because he does it for her. At the same second to the princess, the meaning of what was happening began to reach, because of which she shuddered and blushed. She immediately became ashamed, because of which she began to wave her hands, saying that she did not mean this at all. In fact, even thought that he had already understood. But it seems that not when he heard this. Michael shuddered and stopped. The princess explained that this was not part of her intentions when she asked him to stay with her for the night. With a guilty gaze, she explained that she just wanted him to sleep here and did not think about anything else. The next second, an awkward pause came between them, during which they looked at each other. Ivan explained that they need to put a hearing so that people see how he leaves her room in the morning. Hearing this explanation, Michael immediately blushed, began to fasten his shirt quickly, his head bowed. The face of the Ivan was also reddened, and she was embarrassed by the situation in which she herself pulled the knight. Putting his hand on his face, Michael seriously thought about starting to serve her. And this was a common question. He did not understand what was wrong with him. He decided that it was also because of the imprinting and a strong connection between them. Suddenly, the princess jumped up from her seat, quickly approaching the embarrassed guy, reducing the distance. With a gentle movement, she laid her hand on his temple, after which suddenly began to make a spell. Looking into his eyes, the girl affectionately asked if he felt better after a soothing spell. The guy immediately calmed down and smiled, answering that it was very effective, especially in this situation. Eves was pleased, after which she said that if they want rumors to be rooted, they must continue to do so. Then she invited him to stay with her every Wednesday and pretend to be tired in the morning in order to deceive Stella. Michael nodded, silently agreeing with her offer, because they can get rid of rumors. The princess was enough for this, after which she said that she believes that he would succeed. The next day, sitting at her desktop, Yvonne read the morning newspaper, looking for an interesting article. She noticed that the public bathhouse of Lucard opened for business, attracting great attention. The profit will be higher than expected. At such a pace, it will become more successful than in her previous life. Eve was sure that Betty had already heard the news about this, and perhaps she was now beside herself from rage. Although the most that it is capable of is to puff and swell, making various aromatic mixtures. When Stella approached her, the princess said she did an excellent job, and now everything is going smoothly. The maid replied that she was simply doing her job. Eve said that she was too modest, but very talented. Smiling and looking at each other, the princess thought that she had to give her a vacation when everything would settle a little. Stella remembered that she wanted to say that the goods that she ordered earlier arrived and awaited it. A few minutes later, she went into the living room, which included Hugh and Ryan, holding a significant thing in her hands. With a satisfied smile, Ivan politely asked to call Michael here, regardless of whether he was busy. After 5 minutes, the princess's personal knight entered the room, and glancing at the voluminous case, asked what it was. The girl asked him to come closer so that he could not only consider, but also open it personally. When he came up, Yvonne leaned in his direction, and with a smile said that she told him that she would get a good sword. The guy immediately realized why he was called here. His heart trembled when he saw his personal weapon. In front of him lay a sword of magnificent work, with a silver hilt and a guard, as well as scabbard made of black leather. With enthusiasm in Vehal's eyes, picked up a sword, starting to inspect him, saying that he looks just excellent. Evian was happy to see his knight satisfied, so she asked if he liked it. He agreed. He likes to such an extent that he feels guilty because he will have to shed blood with him. The guy said this because he knew that he would soon begin with a competition for hunting monsters. Competitions for monsters hunting annually are held on an uninhabited island, in the mountains and forests of Galapagon. The monsters of the island are locked up there by a magic barrier. Homunculi hunts them earn points for every murder. At the end of the competition, glasses are calculated to determine the winner, and monsters equals useful resources. Competitions are almost similar to a crop celebration, during which the collection of alchemical resources begins. And since Kadalamid was founded by alchemy, the imperial family shows a special interest in competition. Yvonne explained that for this, swords were intended. He did not find what to answer the princess, because she was right. Then she invited him to move for a moment and give her a sword, because there is something that she would like to do. Taking a weapon, she headed into the living room, called a knight, who slowly followed her. When the princess gathered her thoughts, it immediately, imperiously, but politely, asked Michael to kneel. The guy immediately fulfilled her order, dropping one knee, bowing his head in front of his mistress. Yvonne asked if he was swearing to be her shield and a sword to fight her enemies and protect her from troubles. He agreed, adding that even if the world is turned away from her, he would fight on her side. And he will gladly fulfill any of her orders or a request, even if it costs him life. Then the princess asked if he would beg with his honor to serve only her as a knight and no one else. He again answered in the affirmative, adding that he would give her his body and soul and will serve until the last breath. Eve smiled, because she knew that she did not expect another answer from her faithful and devoted personal knight. Getting a sword from the scabbard, she stated that now she would give a position appropriate for his courage and honor. Leaning the blade against his shoulder, Eve solemnly stated that she recognized Michael as her knight. After that, the guy raised his head in surprise, looking at the smiling princess, as if seeing her for the first time. Having passed the sword for him, Eve said that she wanted to conduct an official dedication ceremony for him. Michael blushed slightly, since such an event was an incredibly important part in the life of any knight. The dedication ceremony is the most important rite for the knight, but homunculus are not provided with it. A brief statement read out loud to the manager of the training center is all that they receive, but the princess decided to act contrary to this rule, providing Michael with the honor to become a full knight. He stated that he wanted to thank her for the sword, asking him to tell him if he could do something for her. The princess took a thoughtful look, trying to come up with that he could give her, when suddenly illuminated her. Then she replied that she would really like him to take part in competitions in monsters hunting. The guy thought that Eve did not even ask him to win the competition. She does not look very ambitious. Smiling, he decided that in this case, it should become the best, so that she would feel the sweet taste of victory. Looking into her eyes, the guy solemnly announced that he would beg to bring her only honor and glory during the hunt. For several days, Galapagon was completely prepared for the beginning of the hunt, installing tents and 2 ships. At the same time, Ivan and Michael arrived at the place, carefully examining the surroundings and arrived people. The princess began to tell her knight about this island, after which she asked what he was thinking about him. Looking up, he said in surprise that he thought that the crows were flying here, but it seems that these were harpies. The girl confirmed that there was no one here except monsters. Aside from them, a group of homunculi was already preparing for hunting. Meanwhile, nobles and aristocrats are located in the tents, discussing various topics, including hunting. The island is a place of extraction of various dangerous creatures. Even the entrance looks like a giant mouth of a monster. It is also the birthplace of the powerful and evil dragon Galamut, who reigned here for a long time. Suddenly, Aeson began to pull a blue ribbon from the hair, after which Michael began to wrap it with her. The girl did this to make the ribbon bring him good luck, after which she asked him to be extremely careful. The knight was flattered to accept a similar gift, so he kissed her hand, asking her not to worry. Some nobles looked in their direction, sincerely surprised at their relationship and close connection. Among the observers was Roseneat, whose knight also had to take part in the hunt. Bridget, who was also in the midst of the nobility, grinning, watched her sister and her behavior. Looking at her knight, the worried princess mentally asked him to return safe and preservation. Somewhere in the depths of the island, a terrible creature opened his eyes, saying that homunculi should die. Many centuries ago, when God left the world, evil dragons appeared and plunged everything in chaos. The Empire Hadelamid fought against them with the army of homunculi in the murder of Galamut, who terrorized them. It was the most powerful and evil of all the dragons that ever existed in this world. The remains of Galamut became a stone mine used for the benefit of the empire in which homuncults worked, and the most powerful creature on the island was occupied by his empty den, becoming the current king of this place. The empire often used other creatures on the island for alchemical experiments, gathering their bodies during competitions in monsters hunting, so they mined various resources. Michael and Millard fled through the forest, while the knight asked his friend to be careful. The guy with silver hair replied that he did not expect to hear this from his main competitor. However, such a brief dialogue caused me enmity between them, and a friendly smile and light rivalry. They fled together, wanting to fight hand in hand and support each other in case of danger, although they were separate. At the same time, Ivan looked at the gate. I only hope that everything will be fine with Michael during the hunt. Suddenly, the younger sister approached her, saying that today the honorary place would belong to her. In the same way, looking at the gate, Rosenet said that Millard swore to her and keep his promise. He had to return and bring the greatest honor of the white rose of the empire, whatever it costs him. With a calm look, looking at her sister, I've thought that she, as always, claims the best. It was not surprising, because the August never participated in the hunts, relying only on knights. Since it was considered something offensive to fight on swords, homunculi should have done this. Therefore, it is natural that the Hone Knights were seen as just a tool for victory. But still, she would not hurt a little anxiety about them. The Ivan sighed, wishing her sister all the best. Under Rosie's surprised gaze, the girl said that she would go inside, because she was a little tired during the trip. A few minutes later in the tent, they said that they heard that pearly ink is now in fashion. One of the ladies said that her mother persuaded her to buy it as a birthday gift. Others also wanted it. But then the eyes rushed to Lady Anais when it came to good news about her business. The court ladies noticed that her bath business was a great success. Hurrying to congratulate her on this, they immediately decided to ask her about the prices of magic stones that heat the water that grow rapidly. It should be bad for business. But Anais replied that they came up with how to heat water without stones. They connected the water supply to the stove neighboring bakeries to heat water. Everyone was delighted with this idea. The ladies began to ask how such an idea occurred to her. She replied that their trading partner offered her. At first, they were offered this project as an honorary task that helps to improve sanitary conditions. The risks were high, because the profit would greatly depend on the price of magic stones that grew. And if it weren't for their partner, her family would have ruined, and had nothing to do with nothing. But she was incredibly lucky to meet him. With enthusiasm in the voice, everyone said that this man is really her savior, asking who he was. I did not have time to answer, as one of the ladies asked to look back, announcing that the 7th princess had arrived, and Yvonne stood near the entrance, smiling politely, and welcome all court ladies, showing etiquette. Separately, Lady Anais bowed to everyone, saying that she was glad to see her. She reciprocated. At that very moment, a loud homon was heard from the tent that Her Highness became a secret trading partner. Bridget, that she was in a neighboring tent, listened to the conversation where her sister was discussing. Anais said that the princess also gave them a recipe for magnificent soap, which is provided in their bath. Yvonne said that she was interested in improving public sanitation, and she found a great way. Investment in the bath business will be able to prevent the spread of various infectious diseases. One of the ladies noticed her achievements in the capture of the monster of a floating prison, and receiving emerald chambers. And now she even manages the bath business. The question arose, unless she is involved in terms of resettlement. The Yvonne replied that they were flattering her, after which she said that she needed to move away, calling Lady Annis to her. They headed towards the forest so that no one could eavesdrop on them. Eve said that they had communicated through Stella, but she did not see her personally from that day. Added that she did an excellent job. She answered with gratitude. Anais asked if she saw the third princess who looked at her. Eve replied that she felt the back of her head. Viscount said that she must be angry because the prosperity of their business will be a collapse for her. But she is also worried that the harm will be done to Her Highness, who tried so hard to help with her business. Anais looked in surprise at a smiling girl, which, it seemed, did not bother such things. At that very moment, she turned to Her Highness, deciding to ask about one very important thing. The Viscountess was obliged to ask if it could be so that she aimed at the throne in place of the Empress. The girl humbly waited for an answer, looking at the thoughtful face of the princess, who did not know whether to answer. Bridget tried to ruin their family and business so that Chungli could capture what they built. Nobody dared to argue with her and help them, because she was the chief candidate for the role of crown princess. But suddenly, as if from nowhere, Ivan appeared and offered them their help, demanding anything in return. To reveal this to everyone, it would be equivalent to the statement that she will oppose the third princess, and if she joins the struggle for the throne, who will attract the attention of various sides, and friends and enemies. Anais asked if she correctly understood the actions of the princess. She tucked her hair behind her ear with an awkward movement. Then she straightened up, with a serious look, asking if she says that yes, whether this will change their relationship. Being dumbfounded by such an answer, the Viscountess immediately knelt before the princess. Ivan immediately began to ask if she was in order, worriedly asking her to get up, because she would hurt her knees. Suddenly, Anais grabbed her hand, with a serious look, saying that she would serve her until the last breath. Ivan thanked her, saying that she would make sure that this did not become a decision that she would regret. After this dialogue, they hastened to go back, where the court ladies were already waiting for them, continuing the conversation. Ive asked if they did not miss anything, to which she heard the answer that the conversation was about the winner of the competition. A girl with burgundy hair suggested that this should be one of the personal knights of the princesses. They remembered that Sir Halsey was a winner last year, going out of a great gap, but this year more experienced knights participate. Among them was Sylvestian, the personal knight of the 8th princess. But do not forget about Michael, a monster of a floating prison, which were also far from weak. Listening to these conversations, Evian began to recall that in her past life, the winner was Sir Millard. In fact, he won all the competitions, duels, and tournaments since then, thereby bringing victory for Rosenet. This continued only until Michael appeared in the palace, becoming the most powerful knight. Eve decided that this time Michael would be the winner, when suddenly something new felt in heart. She always congratulated other people on the victory of other people, and always turned out to be aloof, looking at other people's achievements. However, Ivan never thought that she could be in this position and get closer to victory. Suddenly, sadness seized her when she thought that in a past life she was very unhappy and lonely. She did not really like to compete, but despite this, she was too low about herself. The princess decided that it was not normal, since she was imperial blood, so it should be a winner. It is also dishonest in relation to people who trust her and follow her, inspiring hope. In addition to everything, now Michael is also on her side, which made the princess much more than before. Thinking about this, sadness immediately gave way to peace, and now it should be more confident. Anais, with a smile on her face, turned to Her Highness, asked how she thinks, who will win in this race. Such a question found the girl by surprise, after which the even smiled, answering that of course it would be Michael. Hearing such a confident answer, the court ladies were immediately surprised and blushed, not expecting this. Then they laughed sweetly, saying that it was a stupid question, because they did not expect another answer from her. Suddenly, goosebumps ran down the princess's back when she felt someone's gaze. Turning slightly, she noticed a displeased expression on the face of Rosenet, which must have heard everything. Without wasting time, Yvonne hastened to offer Anais to sit in a heavenly ship. She certainly agreed. When they climbed the deck, walking the stairs, A familiar male voice called Her Highness. It was Calic Remitiello, who politely asked if he could also join her. Ivan remembered that it was he who mixed something in her drink at a banquet in honor of Rosie's birthday. She immediately wondered why he suddenly approached her and began to ask for a conversation, like a friend. Evans tensed, realizing that this person cannot be trusted, and even more so, letting go too close. I climbed the stairs. He said that he hoped that he would see her again, because then she had to leave so early. At that very moment, the princess decided to play along with him, taking the image of a naive girl who did not notice the catch. But suddenly, the smile disappeared from her face when she said that she thought it would be better to leave before she had drunk. The guy strained, answering that he would like to apologize for this, because he did not want to make her drink such a strong drink. According to imperial custom, a person must drink the first glass poured by another person. Failure is considered an insult. His friends added a high-degree liquor drink and offered it. At that moment, Calix offered her his help by drinking a glass instead of her. But all this was a reason. After all, it would mean to transfer him to him that she would have to provide him with a service in return, having no right to refuse. Ivan decided to act straight and asked what he needed from her. He pretended that he did not understand the question. The girl explained that he was trying to get a service from her, so she was interested in what he wants. Looking at the court ladies, he replied that there was not particularly suitable place to discuss something like that. Suddenly, Aeneas came ahead, apologizing for the intervention and asking what strange things he says. He was not ashamed when he was doing this trick with Her Highness, but now he decided to take care of his honor. The guy was surprised to see the formidable face of the Viscountess, and Eve could not imagine that she could be straightforward. With a wave of her hand, the princess said that it should be a personal request, so they will talk about this later. She pretended that she did not want to put him in a difficult position. Calix thanked her. In the end, the princess said that they would still meet, after which she went to the rest of the ladies. Turning her head, the girl noticed that the guy was still standing in the same place, politely putting his hand on her chest. Then she was surprised to notice that Lady Anais raised her head up, saying that it seemed to be raining now. Yvonne followed her example, listening to how the other ladies suggested that they look a bit and go back. But the princess thought only about Michael, who defeated the next monster, leaving a special mark on him. Putting the sword in the scabbard, he examined the defeated monsters, thinking that he came across only small monsters, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, but he realized that something larger needed to win the competitions. Suddenly, the guy felt someone attacking him from behind. With a sharp movement, he waved his foot. After a second, he realized that an ordinary slime decided to attack him, which would not have inflicted a damage to him. This was another insignificant monster, but he still needs the bodies of slimes and stoneworms at the request of Eve. Recently, the specialist asked her why they were for her. Ivan replied that she was going to make a solvent from a slime juice. She explained that with his help, she melt the thick skin of stoneworms and collect their fresh organs. Suddenly, an insight came to a man, because they are used to increase endurance at night. Hearing this, Michael immediately shuddered, while the princess only blushed and nodded her head. However, the specialist was not against such a situation, so he agreed. Eve said that this was not what he was thinking. Star of stamina from the organs of stoneworms effectively improves blood circulation in the human body. Its study can help in the development of drugs for heart disease and can help many people. It could also help strengthen the knowledge of their empire in the field of medicine. This was a noble deed. They were assured that they would take care of paperwork so that the body of the monsters would be sent to them. At that very moment, Michael turned his head towards the slime, taking out the sword with an impartial face. Looking at the trembling creature, the guy said that the princess was looking for him, and he plans to help her. After a couple of hours, but he looked at the next stone worm, which fell from his hand, bleeding. Looking around the dead monsters, the knight hoped that this would be enough to get a lot of points. Then he began to engage in marks, leaving them on the body of monsters. I think that it is very troublesome. Suddenly, one of the plants released a poisonous cloud of smoke right into Michael, who was immediately covered. Suddenly, he felt the magic of the wind, which immediately dispelled the poisonous cloud in the face of a surprised knight. While he was trying to understand what was happening, behind him and the measured steps belonging to the homunculus were heard. The screw, which saved him, said that insectivorous plants have poisonous pollen. He should not inhale it. This place would turn into a forest into jugs if pollen spread, although this is not bad. The guy listened carefully to her speech, not fully understanding why she decided to help him, because they were rivals. The girl drew attention to a huge pile of monsters, deciding that his sworn enemies were swollen and stoneworms. Michael did not answer. Hearing the question of where he would go, he decided to go through the swamp, offering it a different path. He explained this by the fact that he had already killed everyone here, after which he asked if she knew where the shock of Galamut. The screw answered that she knew, after which she turned her head towards Michael, as if carefully examining. He did not understand what he deserved such a questioning look, so he silently waited for an answer. Creating a magic light, the girl decided that he was able to cope with him, so he could help him. Having waved her hand, she sent a ray exactly to the place where the monster's lair was supposed to be. Looking at him again, the screw wished him good luck. In response to this, Michael politely thanked her for his help. Sometime later, Sylvestian quickly ran from place to place in search of prey. Suddenly, a monster appeared above him, similar to a gargoyle. It was an inconvenient adversary who knew how to fly. The monster decided to attack the first, rushing forward, right on the knight, who was already ready to attack. Millard dodged a deft movement, looking at the monster with an imperious look, which was taken aback for a second. He decided to try again, but the homunculus was faster, cutting his flesh in half with his sword. He was sure that the monster was defeated, but he felt someone approaching behind and turned sharply. The knight felt his blade collided with something firmly, but at the same moment he noticed Michael in front of him. Returning the sword to the scabbard, the guy said that he scared him. Michael asked, "He came or he to the den?" Sylvestian answered negatively. Let's explain that he was simply looking for a golden, groomed hippo that should be here. The knight suggested that it was he who captured the lair this year, after which he asked what kind of ray was next to them. Michael explained that he had made a screw, and he points to the monastery, after which they headed for the pointer. The beam ended near the cave, and at the same second they noticed the light inside, deciding that it was fireflies. In fact, it turned out to be the eyes of the monsters, and at the same second one of them came forward, growling loudly and indignant. Having exposed the weapon, Millard said that there were quite a few of them. Michael replied that he needed only Alpha. He offered the rest to take a comrade, after which he rushed forward. Sylvestian was surprised at his act. He could not believe that he rushed at them alone, after which he asked him not to damage the wool. 20 minutes later, they stood at the entrance to the cave, looking at the defeated bodies of the monsters that were still breathing. Millard said that he could leave him. They need to save at least some of them alive for the next year. Suddenly, his gaze switched off at Michael, who nervously twisted his head, as if looking for something. When asked what he was doing, he replied that he was looking for Alpha. He should already be free, since the whole flock is dead. Sylvestian said that he had already found him. It was that big monster with 3 eyes that died at the very beginning. Michael did not expect that he would be so weak when he suddenly felt that someone was approaching. A surprised Elijah came out from behind the trees, who could not believe that they killed them so quickly. He then stated that the 2 main candidates for victory united, and this did not look quite honest. Millard replied that there was a spider nest around the corner of a lone cliff. He could go hunting there. The guy thanked him with a bold smile, adding that this is a generous sentence from the Knight of the White Rose. Elijah added that if he does not bring something worthwhile for the princess, then the night will be tiring. Millard had to understand him, because I am sure that the White Rose of the Empire was no different from the other princesses. The dumbfounded and the knight replied that it was bold on his part, and he was disrespectful to the imperial family. He asked him not to be angry, adding that it would be better for him to doubt the fidelity of the monster of a floating prison. Hearing such a statement, Michael shuddered. Do not believe that this man decided to do so meanly. He turned around, strictly glancing at Helston, who in turn only smiled maliciously, looking at him. Sylvestian called out to Elijah, after which he looked at him strictly, hinting to end the performance. He turned around with a displeased look, saying that they were too tedious, after which he headed the other way. In the end, he said that he would leave them too. The knights with a displeased look escorted his eyes. Walking through the forest, Michael said that it was not surprising that they did not get rid of him with such an attitude. Millard asked if he had in mind Elijah, explaining that they had already tried. But this was not because of his behavior. After all, as he knows, brutal training is conducted in the training center to set up homuncults against each other. Michael found out that they gathered young homunculi and forced them to fight among themselves. They could also arrange fierce survival matches, where the one who took the last place left. The knight remembered that at that moment he first rebelled against them, not being able to come to terms with such a fate. Millard explained that Elijah participated in a trial test. This did not weakly surprise Michael. Sylvestian explained that he had almost been eliminated from what he heard because he could not pass the test. The interlocutor hardly believed that the personal knight of the third princess was almost expelled under such circumstances. They decided to find other monsters, quickly moving through the forest, without stopping an exciting dialogue. Millard said that he was not sure that this was true, but he heard that someone refused a duel instead of Elijah. When Michael found out how he survived, a smile appeared on his face from the realization that it was he. At that very moment, both knights noticed that the rain began, which only intensified, interfering with their review. They doubted that he would end soon, when suddenly the earth under them began to crack, divided into two parts. Michael did not have time to grab onto anything, because of which he decided that he would sink down, but Millard managed to pull him out. Suddenly, he noticed that Sylvestian was too loud, so henceforth decided to call a comrade of strength. Such a statement surprised Millard, because until that moment, no one has shown such attentiveness to him yet. Suddenly, they strained, hearing an unfamiliar voice in their heads, repeating that the homunculi were disgusting. The knights immediately realized that it was a dark spirit. It must have lured it out of rain, awakening from sleep. While the spirit insulted homuncults, he noticed that there were quite a few of them, but Michael explained that they were all one. They saw the dark spirit of the evil dragon, Galamut, but he was unlikely to be strong as he was during his lifetime. At that very moment, the incredibly loud roar of the dragon broke out, which for a moment stunned the knights. Having waved his paw, the monster hoped to attack Millard. He dodged, but the clots of darkness overtook him. At that very moment, a wide-open mouth of the dragon appeared in front of him, but Michael did not have time to come to the rescue. After a moment of his strength, he opened his eyes, noting that he was no longer in the forest, but inside the spirit itself. Then he realized that he was swallowed, when suddenly a sharp wave of unbearable pain passed through his entire body. But when he removed his hand on his face, he noticed bright and elegant silhouettes of the seventh princess and her personal knight. The guy could not help but admire their beauty and intimacy, feeling a warm and pleasant feeling. On the day of the 18th birthday, Rosanitis, the white roses of the empire, accompanied it as a personal knight. But despite the fact that it was an honorary position, that evening he could not concentrate on his princess. His gaze was constantly on a pair that looked completely different from the rest. The fact that his gaze was directed at someone except his own mistress filled his soul with shame. From this he felt incredible pain, because he had to give himself to the girl who captured him. Suddenly, Millard raised his head, seeing Michael in front of him, who broke his spirit and held out his hand to him. After a couple of minutes, the knight was released from the bowels of the monster, saying that he seemed to read his thoughts. Michael replied that this was not surprising, because Galamut had power over the mind, and he should be careful. At that very moment, they noticed that the spirit began to recover, and his shadow began to fall on the knights. Michael said that this was annoying, noting that the dragon had become even larger, and, obviously, more aggressive. Suddenly, the dragon rushed in their direction, stating that they were disgusting creatures and should die. Not wanting to put up with this, Michael rushed towards him, simultaneously taking his new sword from the scabbard. After several strokes with a weapon, the monster gave a cry of pain, and the knight sank to the ground, looking at the injured injuries. The worried Sylvestian ran to his comrade, suddenly frozen, noting that he was in order. Michael said that this was unpleasant to hear the dumb question of the dragon, how he was not injured. These were his last words before the knight was cutting off his head that flew away a few meters. The monster remained standing still, growing a new head, saying that the guy should be the king of homunculi. Michael strained when he heard such a thing about himself, after which he replied that this would take some time. He found where the nucleus of the monster is located after the last attack, and this time he will kill him for real. In response to this, the dragon published a deafening roar. But the guy realized what he was meant and asked why he was laughing. The spirit of Galamut replied that perhaps he could not take possession of the king's mind, but he was able to find out something important. This information can help him defeat the king of homunculi, who decided to stand in his way right now. He saw that Michael also had a master. Hearing this, the knight's eyes expanded, and his heart went into heels. Again, running forward to the monster, the guy ordered him not to dare to do this, but he had already soared into the air. Hundreds of votes immediately appeared in the knight's head, who called on each other to kill the owner for their kind. At that moment, Millard ran up to him, asking worried about whether he was in order and was wounded. Then he decided to ask where the dark spirit went, and without hearing an answer, he noticed that Michael began to escape. Now the knight did not notice anything around him, thinking only that the dark spirit could harm the princess. After 10 minutes, the dragon spirit reached the place where noble persons settled. Anxiety and panic rose immediately. Bridget decided not to retreat, but to take on the command of the knights, ordering them to take their positions. The homunculi immediately built, standing behind it, preparing for a fight with a monster, exposing the blades. At the same time, the screw built a protective barrier in front of itself, protecting the children of the imperial family. And Yvonne, who covered her face with her hand, from the smoke that was walking in her direction, tried to understand why he came here. She asked why Michael had not yet returned. Because of the August, whose knights did not return, she and Rosie were. The princess hoped that nothing happened to him, as a friend froze, feeling someone's gaze. The spirit stated that she saved his time in search. Eve could not move and understand what was happening. The monster went forward, standing in front of the princess, and saying that she was a man who captured the king of homunculi. Then he opened his mouth, creating an energy sphere, saying that she would pay for this and he will take her life. Bridget announced the breath of the dragon, ordering everyone to retreat, protect the territory, and prepare for a blow. At the same time, the screw stunnedly looked at the Yvonne, which stood still, looking at the monster with horror. The knight immediately turned to her, asking what she was doing, trying to convey to her that they should retreat. However, she said it too late. The dragon directed her breath towards the princess, wanting to destroy. As soon as the explosion thundered, the faces of Rosinette, Bridget, and the rest of the homunculi expanded with horror. Suddenly, Ivan noticed her personal knight in front of him, who put up a sword, protecting the mistress. The guy turned slowly, barely audible, saying that he was here, and nothing threatens her anymore. His appearance made the girl's heart bend again, because now she was sure that he was alive. The princess wanted to run to him, but some kind of power forced her to lose balance and stumble. However, the girl did not fall, since Michael managed to grab her, clinging to him, holding carefully. At first, they looked at each other, after which they turned their eyes on the monster, which growled again. The knight's face immediately grimaced with indignation when he asked how this monster dares to attack Her Highness. At that very moment, he sharply soared into the air, licking his sword towards the dragon, hoping to kill. After all, he already knew where his core was. It remains only to pierce this place with a blade and break his heart. The dragon said that he would tear him into pieces, but as soon as the sword pierced his flesh, the monster growled in pain. As soon as the core of the spirit was destroyed, the body of the dragon began to collapse, crumbling with a roar to the ground. Finally, the spirit stated that the king had to die. Eves realized that he already knew that Michael King Gomunkulov. Suddenly she froze, asking herself, where Michael, who had to return to her? Suddenly, despair settled in her soul, although she did not want to completely believe that her faithful knight died. For a few seconds, she watched a veil of dust, from which a man suddenly came out of intact. The knight went straight to her, while she was surprised to observe that he had not received any injury. Now she did not care about everything around. The main thing is that Michael was alive, after which she rushed to his arms. Looking at her knight, the girl smiled, saying that he was very glad that he had not suffered and returned alive. The guy did not answer, retaining a calm face, which caused a surprised look from the princess. Suddenly, he began to unfasten his jacket, raising the girl even more questions for his behavior. The even blushed and looked away dumbfounded, nervously asking himself why he suddenly began to undress. With a deft movement, the guy put on his jacket on it, while Four felt warm in body and heart. She looked into his eyes, after which she sharply lowered her head that he just wanted to cover her from the rain. However, Michael was in no hurry to let her go. Ivan noticed that his hands were trembling from the cold, or from fear for her. The princess wanted to take his hand, putting a heat spell on him to remove this jerk from him. However, the knight interrupted her, grabbing her brush, thereby causing a surprised look full of misunderstanding. Trying to fight the cold on his own, Michael said that he was glad that everything was in order with his princess. These words made the Ivan startle, after which she again lowered her head, decided that she could not stand it. Then she touched his cheeks with her hand, giving him warmth and answering that all this happened only thanks to him. The girl said that now everything will be fine, and soon he would feel warm. Then she began to create a spell. Michael felt the warmth of her skin, because of which he could not restrain himself, and tightly pressed her palm to his cheek. The rain ceased shortly after the death of the dark spirit of the evil dragon, and people quickly began to repair the base. Monster hunting competitions ended on the same day, after which the winner was immediately announced. It turned out to be Michael, who was honestly awarded and congratulated on the victory. He was proud that he could save the princess. When they returned to the palace, Yvonne said she was very tired, and on such a day he should have a rest at home. The girl smiled awkwardly, adding that she was sorry that he had to come here, since today is a medium. Michael turned in her direction, with a smile, thanking her concern, saying that he was in perfect order. Approaching her bed, the guy covered the princess with a blanket, asking her to relax and not to worry about him. For some time, he looked at the peacefully sleeping Yvonne, who fell asleep at the same second, surviving a heavy day. When he was convinced that the princess fell asleep, he settled down on the couch, tiredly covering his face with his hand. The feeling that the captured homunculus experiences when its owner is in danger, like a heart attack. And if the owner dies, then the shock that experiences the captured is incomprehensible, and the pain is unimaginable. A picture arose in the face of the guy when the dragon and Ivan stood in front of each other like sworn enemies. In rare cases, the homunculus loses control and goes crazy, is not able to withstand the loss of the owner. Unable to fall asleep, Michael sat on the sofa, deciding that perhaps he falls into this category that he can go crazy. Then he recalled the last words of the spirit, who stated that the king had to die, thinking about the meaning. Michael thought that under the king, the dragon meant that he was the strongest homunculus among the rest, although the way he said this sounded different. But if he said literally, the situation becomes strange. Leaning back on the sofa, the knight closed his eyes, thought that he would like to ask someone about it. Suddenly, he heard the sound from the side of the princess, who turned in a dream, as if something bothered her. Michael decided to stay with her a little, crouching near her, paying attention to her measured breathing. Galamut invaded the mind in order to find the owner. He does not know whether other evil dragons will do the same, but it is very likely that they consider him their most important enemy, because he is the king of homunculi. However, Michael still knows nothing about this power or the power that he has in his hands. He knew one thing for sure. If so, then his proximity with the princess endonates her danger, and he must protect her in any way. The easiest way to protect it is that the impression is interrupted, but none of them will agree to this. A bright and pure image of Ivan appeared before the guy, without which his life would have lost any meaning. He slowly took a strand of her hair, after which he gently brought to his face, breathing in the aroma of her shampoo. The girl did not react to this, continuing to sleep calmly, not suspecting Michael's actions. The knight again, that this is not what he wants to refuse, and will never do anything in this way. Therefore, the only thing he can do is to protect her on his own, being her faithful knight. The next morning, Yvonne sat in her office, while Stella said that the Lucard family project was a great success. As a result, they were able to collect some means that can be directed to a high society. The maid asked what it was. To be a wealthy princess, she replied that she was happy. She is glad that she can provide their people. Everyone went in a raised mood, because everyone worked for fame. The princess thought about, after which she again turned to the maid, who listened attentively, even handed her to the feet of paper, saying that she would like the maid to go somewhere at this address. Stella noticed that this is one of the places in which she wanted to invest money, but he had a new owner. Even agreed with her, offering to go there, because she bought it specifically for Stella for the right service. This is a luxurious townhouse in the southern district, It hired maids for 6 months, so the house should be prepared. Smiling, the princess said that there would be people there, and they will tell her what to do when she would come in place. Without understanding anything, the maid looked inquiringly at the mistress, but accepted all the important instructions. Before Stella left, Yvonne asked Michael to call her, because she also prepared him with a surprise. 20 minutes later, the knight sat in the living room next to the princess, putting his sword in the scabbard on the table in front of her. Eve said that he probably did not need magic stones for the battle, since he is already enough. Therefore, she chose one that he might like. The knight was interested in what she prepared. Eve was scabbard a magic stone of heat and protection, so that he warmed Michael in the rain and heat. The knight raised his gun with delight, surprised at how clearly the stone entered the scabbard. Then he, with a shock in his eyes, found that it was an aegis, a shield magic of the highest class. She must have chosen him, since he did not have enough protection. He restrainedly stated that he really liked. Yvonne thought that he would be disappointed with a heat with a stone, because this is a basic thing, but he was happy with any of her gifts. Smiling, the princess explained that she wanted to give him something that would fit the scabbard and not to the sword. He realized that Eve's wants to prepare him for situations, similar to when he could not expose the sword. But then he said that she was addressing him as a knight, which means that he needs to turn to her as an owner. The guy decided that it would be right if he talks to her formally, even when they are alone. With a strict appearance, the princess replied that she liked the way they communicate now, and did not want to change something. Hearing that she had strange preferences, Eve replied that they were normal compared to other family members. He will feel detached if he speaks formally with her, but she does not want it. In addition, since they touched on this topic, she would like that in a private setting he would call her Eve. Michael was embarrassed, looking away, after which he awkwardly stated that he could not do it so easy. Yvonne said that he called her so before. The guy answered. Then they tried to hide his personalities. The girl said that her brothers and sisters also allows her personal knight to call them by name. The knight thought, putting his hand to his mouth, because of which he forced the princess to look at him with surprise. Bruttered, Michael said that this is usually possible only at night, when knights are left alone with the owners. Hearing this, Yvonne was immediately embarrassed and blushed. The guy said that she knew that she did not mean this, but these are imperial customs. Therefore, if she tells this to another homunculus, he will perceive everything wrong. Now that she thinks about it, family members do not make sense to allow homunculi to call them by name. In the end, there is such a strict hierarchy, when suddenly the princess froze, broadening her eyes. Pictures surfaced in her head when Michael was too close to her in a past life, and called it by name. Yvonne said that she understands why they allow them to communicate with themselves without formalities and etiquette. But what does the situation mean when a knight calls a member of an imperial family by name without permission? Hearing this question, the guy's face grimaced, after which he grabbed the sword. Asked who turned to her so much. Bolding with anger, he decided that it was Elijah. In fact, it was himself, only from the past. The princess hastened to reassure him, assuring her that she was just wondering if such an action has a meaning. Having calmed down a little, the guy sighed. I will answer that there are only 2 reasons why the knight can do this. The first reason was that the homunculus greatly despises it. These words painfully hit the Yvonne. But Michael continued, saying that the second reason is that he wants to become her personal knight. The girl was surprised at this reason even more, because she could not believe that the past Michael wanted this. Suddenly, the guy added that, more precisely, this is because he wants to serve her at night. Seeing the reddened willow, Michael explained that the homunculus would turn to her like that. He must have been fearless. Meanwhile, the dumbfounded princess finally realized what Michael wanted from her that time, and that was incredible. Without understanding anything, the knight looked at the shocked and embarrassed mistress, not knowing what to think. He asked if she tore off the relationship with this homunculus before appointing him to his personal knight. Hearing this question, the girl did not see anger or desire to kill in the guy's eyes, but only grief. An awkward pause came between them, after which the Yvonne tried to come up with what to say, saying that he was dead. Looking at the girl, Michael replied that he was facilitating and disappointment at the same time. Yvonne immediately realized that, it seemed, his disappointment was caused only from the fact that he could not kill him himself. Then, he said that she sent all her servants on vacation, which means that she was going to do something special. The princess replied that he was smart as always, and today she will meet with a very important person. She is going to go to her alchemist teacher, with whom she had not seen for a long time, but now it is necessary. A few hours later, they arrived at the place. To the question of whether he was tired, the guy replied that he was used to travel. As soon as the door in the room opened, the princess shuddered, noting that something was approaching her. As it turned out, it was a small flying dragon, whose name was the Less, with whom Ivan greeted. The knight was surprised to watch how the princess was talking to him, asking, "Here is the teacher." He also noticed that there were a lot of golems. Eve replied that her mother created them, and she was an alchemist of Golemov. The girl found that it was quite dusty here, immediately after she began to cough loudly, covering her mouth with her hand. She stated that she needed to go a bit, after which she asked if he could wait here. When asked whether she was going to do, she replied that the student's duty is to do cleaning for her teacher. Then she put her hands in front of her, creating a spell, when she suddenly shone with gold and warm light. Michael was literally happening magic. All the scattered books soared up, falling into place. When the girl finished, he asked what she had just done, because it looked very unusual. The Ivan replied that she had just put a few books back on the shelf, nothing special. The guy explained that she calculated the correct location and trajectory of each book, moving them there. I've asked about the calculation of the trajectory, to which she heard that for this, she needed excellent spatial orientation. She just studied this because she was too lazy to move, not thinking that she would someday praise for this. The calculation of the trajectory is the most important for spells of the long attack. Eve replied that she was not strong in combat spells. Michael said that this was his work, to keep it away from the situation in which he would have to fight. However, he knew about her knowledge in magic, but not in alchemy. She replied that it was like a specialization in her mother. Looking at him, Ivan smiled that it would be better to show him than to explain, after which she called for herself. Approaching the table, the princess pointed her hand to the glass sphere, inside of which there was a human heart. Looking closer, the knight realized that this is nothing more than the alchemy of human anatomy, the forbidden region. He was sure that she knew about it, but decided to ask if she was planning an uprising and when. Yvonne replied that everything was wrong, and she simply explores the methods of turning the golems into internal organs. To find the desired method of magic, she began to look for various ways to create an artificial heart. This was before she aimed at the throne, so he is thinking of conveying these studies to the Society of Alchemists. After all, she cannot do this herself, since this needs a lot of research finds, which she does not have. However, she could do this while she was here. Not understanding anything, Michael decided to ask what exactly. Taking the cauldron in her hands, the smiling princess replied that to try to create a protective goal. Looking at the knight, the girl said that he would like him to give him a name, asking him to think carefully. Having found sunset outside the window, Yvain decided that the teacher would not come soon, simultaneously asking a strand of the knight's hair. Then she said that they should stay here if it would be too late, because there is an attic for visitors. Michael immediately asked where she would spend the night, to which he received an answer, that there was another free room nearby. After a couple of hours, they still decided to stay here for the night. The princess was in bed, quickly falling asleep. However, a moment later, she opened her eyes slowly, finding that she was sitting on a log somewhere on the street. The girl quickly realized that she was in a dream, but she knew that there was only one person who could do this. At the same moment, a man appeared on the right of her, wrapped in a dark mantle and with a mask of bird on his face. This was her teacher, whom I smiled, saying that she had become much better than before. Even smiled in response, being a radiation of this meeting, answering that quite a lot of time had passed. When a person reaches the highest level in the field of magic or alchemy, youth is given as a prize. It also applies to the art of owning a sword. In 1 century, only one person with such talent has been born, and the sage of the spruce forest was one of them. She was a personal teacher of the late 6th Empress. Before her death, the ruler expressed the last desire for her daughter to study alchemy. Since then, Yvonne has become a student of the sage, absorbing various subtleties of studying magic and alchemy. When asked why she decided to meet her in a dream, she replied that she wanted to relax and recover. After which, the teacher decided to ask the question, which nevertheless forced Ivan to look for her without warning in advance. Eve replied that she returned to the past, and she was interested in whether she knew how this could happen. The woman replied that she was saying as if there was nothing unusual in this, but she already knows about it. The princess prepared to prove that it was true, after which she asked dumbfounded if the teacher knew. The girl immediately began to ask how this is possible and why she returned. She wanted to know everything at once. The sage replied that if she tells about it, then she would reveal her secrets of nature, which she would not want. Evans asked if it could harm her, or perhaps it could violate the laws of the world. The teacher replied that she simply did not want to share this with her. Eve realized that she, as always, was greedy. The sage explained that she had returned to the past because someone spent the ritual of returning in time. For this, the power of philosophical stone, alchemy and magic of an incredibly high level was used. The princess did not think that the philosopher's stone would be involved here, but she could only guess about the rest. When asked who did this, the teacher replied that she could guess, based on what was in the center. Seeing that her student does not understand, the woman explained that it was someone who loved her very much. She did not want to give her a direct answer, wanting Eve to get to the truth on her own, albeit with hints. Eve lit up when she stated that it was her teacher, and that is why she is now restored. The sage replied that she was only half right. It was dumbfounded by a girl who asked what she had in mind. So she explained that this was not a matter of the hands of one person. Evine was surprised that someone else could do it. Thinking, Eve suggested that it was Stella, but the teacher replied that she would never have thought of that. Return requires a huge amount of magic and has a huge price, and the stone met these requirements. The teacher explained that only the emperor had access to the free use of a philosophical stone. Looking at her student, she decided to ask the last question that would give her a direct and correct answer. The woman asked who was the last emperor whom she saw before returning to the past. At that very moment, the princess's eyes widened when the silhouette of Michael, who occupied the throne, surfaced in front of her eyes. She could not believe that it was he who was involved in this, but only he had access to the stone. With a concerned expression on her face, she said uncertainly that the last emperor was Michael Agnito. At the same time, the knight, who also plunged into sleep, suddenly woke up in the middle of the clearing. Noticing the northern lights, he immediately felt that someone was watching him, after which he ordered the stranger to show himself. Suddenly, from nowhere, the silhouette of the sage appeared, who did not expect such hostility from him. She said that she wanted him to enjoy the northern lights, which she created with such care and diligence. Michael asked who she was, to which he received the answer that today she came here as it is. Who would give him an answer to the question? That is why she has a conversation with him and her student separately. He drew attention to the word student. Then he was surprised to realize that he was facing a sage from a spruce forest. A woman confirmed his guess. At that very moment, the guy bowed, apologizing for his behavior, after which he introduced himself as a personal knight of the princess. With a laugh in her voice, the woman replied that the king of homunculi did not need to be so polite with her. He said that Galamut used this appeal when he spoke with him, then asked why she called him that. The sage replied that he was born with the authorities to rule all homunculi, so this title is very suitable for him. Michael asked with surprise, "Is it not the role of the emperor to be a true ruler for his people?" He heard that washing the brain and oppression of the emperor, and in comparison does not go with the power that he has. The sage pointed a finger at him, saying that he was born with this, but the power of the king of homunculi had not yet awakened him. When he wakes her up, he will gain dominance, superior to the power of the imperial family, and will free the counterparts. When the guy heard that they were all under his authority, his eyes widened, after which he looked at his palm. It is hard to believe, because he is not the person who can command them, and such a role does not suit him. The sage asked him not to doubt, because he did not want a throne in a past life, but everything turned out differently. After all, in the end, he rose and freed his family, taking the throne and tried on the role of the emperor. Michael could not believe what he had just heard, because he could not imagine this even in the most strange dream. The guy, dumbfounded, asked the clarifying question whether this really happened to him in a past life, and whether she wants to say that now he lives a second life, sincerely not understanding how this is generally possible. The sage replied that all because some could not come to terms with the loss of a loved one, turning his time back. For the sake of this, a special ritual was carried out, which took a lot of effort and resources, and he was crowned with success. The guy said that people who do this simply do not know how to appreciate what they have until it disappears. Crouching, Michael asked how it was possible that the spirit of Galamut already knew that he was the king of homunculi. The sage replied that the influence of high-level magic and alchemy is limited when it comes to evil dragons. Spirits are the essence of the mind, which means that he had to return in time, preserving the memories of the past in his memory. It was easy enough to recognize the knight, because Galamut had already met him after his strength awakening. The guy specified whether she could recognize him because of the level of her abilities, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then she should also know who conducted this ritual, and if she calls his name, he personally is ready to kill him. The next morning, Yvonne was in the garden, squatting and looking at a variety of flowers. Closing her eyes, she thought it was pointless. The princess could not believe that the past Michael loved her. The same Michael, whom she knew, turned time back to return her to life, only because of love. While Ivan tried to understand why he, the image of the knight, appeared before her eyes, affectionately calling her name, having unconsciously imagined it, the princess immediately shuddered and blushed, trying to drive these thoughts away. At that very moment, Michael approached her behind, turning to her highness, but she seemed to not hear him. The guy approached her, calling the princess. He thought about the girl about what could not calm down. Understanding that something was wrong, the knight leaned toward her and named her by name, after which he began to observe her reaction. Even slowly turned her head, noticing her knight, and trying to understand whether he would imagine at this second. Then the girl sharply jumped from her seat, quickly and stuttering asked how he found out that she was here. The guy replied that he had seen from the top floor. Then he put a jacket on her, saying that she could catch a cold. At this moment, the princess thought that she did not want to doubt the words of a teacher who could not be wrong. But the reason why the past Michael called her by name without her permission was only in his whim. Although he loved her, the girl was sure that the man also wanted to get her as a woman, making her his own. Having unconsciously imagined this, the Yvonne abruptly escaped from the guy's hands, thinking that she could not look in his eyes. Having cleared, she decided that she had to calm down, because the last Michael is a real one. These are two different people. The girl inspired to herself that these feelings disappeared after the time of time, and now there was none of this. When the Yvonne noticeably calmed down, the knight slowly stated that her teacher visited his dream last night. Without waiting for questions on her part, the guy said that she told him to give her this. There was a scroll in his hands. Having accepted him from the hands of the knight, the princess was surprised to notice that it was a magic scroll, with a rather strong magic. Yvonne clarified that the sage rarely teaches her magic, after which she decided to ask what they were talking about with Michael. Looking at her, he remembered the wise question, whether he was going to kill a man who went into the past.